John, would you like to call the roll, or shall I? Good evening. Thank you all for coming. This is a meeting of the Haverford Township Planning Commission. It's November 14th, 2024. First, I'll call the roll. Myself, David Shannon, Chair, here, present. Maggie Dobb,
Here.
Steve Welsh,
Here.
Angelo Capuzzi, Bob Fiordamondo, Louis Montresor,
Here.
and Julia Phillips.
Here.
Also in attendance are Charles Faulkner of Pannoni Associates, our township engineer, and John Walco, our township solicitor of Kilkenny Law. That's the roll. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
And to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
roll. The first item on our agenda is the consideration of the sidewalk and curbing improvements at the quadrangle 3300 Darby Road. The quadrangle has proposed an art studio addition, and a question has come up about sidewalks, I believe. So if someone is here for the quadrangle, we can start.
Good evening. My name is George Brosman. I'm representing the quadrangle. Here with Patrick Spellman, who's the engineer, and Mimi Winkler, who's the architect.
Could you give us your address and firm? Are you an attorney?
I'm an attorney. I'm with the firm of Kaplan Stewart at 910 Harvest Drive, Bluebell, PA.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. This project was here before. It was recommended for approval. It has been recommended for approval by the Township Historical Commission and the Shade Tree Commission. We received a revised review letter that raised the issue, as the chairman mentioned, about curbs and sidewalks. We did go to the Board of Commissioners, I believe it was 2 nights ago, and the case was presented to them. Everything, I think, looked good, but the issue of sidewalks and curbs did come up, and we decided to table ourselves and come back to the Planning Commission to discuss this issue with you. When we found out about this issue, I did submit a supplemental waiver request to the township, requesting, to the extent required, a waiver. We had pointed out that there's extensive road frontage, Darby Road and Marple Road. At the time, we thought that Parkview Boulevard, which is the new road into the Haverford Reserve, was on the frontage, but I did a little digging, found the old plans for the Haverford Reserve, and it looks like there's a gap. So we thought we had about a mile of frontage, but I don't think we actually front on Parkview, so we have a little less than a mile of frontage. In the ordinance, it talks about the standards for a waiver are, would it be unreasonable or cause undue hardship? And would there be any detrimental impact to the public health, safety, and welfare? We presented information showing that those road frontages have a lot of natural features, steep slopes, a lot of mature trees and vegetation, utility poles, traffic signal poles, all of that. And a few of the commissioners said, look, we wouldn't ask you to do all of that frontage. But could you look at a focus area from the driveway to the quadrangle at Darby Road to the intersection of Darby and Parkview, which again is the intersection, the new road into the Haverford Reserve property. So the next day, we all went back, our team went back out to the site and focused on that area. And Mimi Winkler is going to show you what our findings were. Basically, they were similar, that there's steep slopes and trees and a lot of utility poles and whatnot. We also did explore a possible way that we could connect to a little piece of sidewalk that was added on the corner of Parkview. That would not be the preference of the quadrangle to make that little connection, but we wanted to fulsomely explore this issue because the commissioners asked us to, so we have that. It is a unique property. It's a life care community. They have all of their own amenities. They have their own recreational areas. They have their dining hall, of course, the art studio. So they don't really need to go out off of the property. They also have a fleet of shuttle buses. But we saw the planning point of trying to look at this connection. There's also a concern from the management of Quadrangle. It's private property that, I don't think the public is prohibited from going in there. I've driven in there, but putting a path to maybe formally invite some people, there are some concerns about potential liability and security. So it wouldn't be the great preference to make that connection. I'm sure you're more familiar with it than me, but the many times I've driven Darby, I re-observed that when I got onto Darby Road from 320 Sproul Road, that's kind of a really nice character road. It's got a lot of embankments, mature vegetation, historic buildings and structures. And I forgot to mention, Mimi will show you, there's a historic wall segment at the quadrangle. I didn't see any sidewalks from Route 320 all the way to, I got all the way to Ardmore Avenue where the St. George Church is. There was a little segment of sidewalk there. My view, and I'm not a planner, but it seems like the character of Darby starts to transition at Ardmore Ave. When you go into towards Eagle Road, it gets more of a suburban feel. So we also feel that adding sidewalks, wouldn't be consistent with the character of the frontage of the quadrangle and Darby Road. But I also had, I don't know what John thinks about it, but I mentioned to the commissioners, the ordinance says that curbs and sidewalks should be provided along existing streets for land developments. And since this is a unique property, we have our own internal roads. Our project actually abuts an internal road, and it doesn't actually abut the roads. The property does for sure, but if the township was uncomfortable granting a waiver, I think there would be a way that they could say a waiver was not required, but we do think we would qualify for the waiver. So Mimi, could you come up and go through this focus area? We also have the other frontages we could show you as well.
While you're both up, I'll wait for Mimi. Thank you.
And we can put this electronically. Your tech person helped us out.
Hello, I'm Mimi Winkler. I'm with Converse Winkler Architecture. We're at 331 Montgomery Avenue in Bala-Cynwyd. And so this has come up just recently. So this is a quick visual site survey that we took of the property. And the area that was discussed was between Parkview Drive and the entrance to the quadrangle up here. And so the red line indicates where the existing curbs are along here. And they go just a little bit past College Avenue and then they end. These yellow sections show where there are existing sidewalks that were put in when the Parkview and the Haverford Reserve was developed. And then I've also indicated in the red where there light poles, and the turquoise where there are utility poles. There are 3 underground utility boxes along the way, and some storm grates in the road. So I'm going to walk you through some photographs that begin down here at Parkview Drive. And the next slide, I've got them numbered. So we're first going to look at, in your packet, at the Parkview Drive, where that is, and I'll be going back and forth here if I can do this right. And so there were curb cuts put in with the new intersection and a new light pole or traffic signal there. And so if you're looking at the slide on the picture on the right, that shows where the traffic signal is, and I measured it, and it's like 2'6", so you can't really even get by the existing traffic signal to begin a sidewalk, which is an unfortunate thing. If we go back just a little further and we look the other way, so there are a lot of large mature trees in this area. So if you're sort of standing just looking the other way, the trees really come out to the street, and there's another utility box there. So we'd have to take down a lot of these mature trees, and the Shade Tree Commission and the Quadrangle get very upset about that. As we continue along, then there's about a 400-foot stretch of existing historic stone wall. And for a little while there, it's pretty level, and there's with another utility box in the way. But then it starts to slope up quite a bit. So this first section, it slopes up to about, above my knee, kind of across the distance from the curb to the wall. And then it's very steep, and it's about 4 to 4.5 feet in this center section. And then it sort of comes down. It's not quite as steep when we get to College Avenue. So I'll go through those 3 pictures next. So this is where it starts, and it's just a little bit sloped. And then it gets much steeper here along the wall. And then still, this is where the traffic signals are at College Avenue coming in. And so then it's still steep, and those are all very close, as you can see from number 6, which is looking the other way. They're all sort of within 3 feet of the road, so it gets very tight, even trying to get a sidewalk through. Somebody should have thought of this before when they put this in. And then on the left here, you see, it's about the height of the stone wall varies, but it's about 2.5 to 4 feet along the way. So it's still steep there by the utility poles, and as we go on, there's the curb ends, and we approach the entrance to the quadrangle, and there's another telephone pole. That one I measured, it was like 1'10" from the road, very close to the road, and again a detail of the stone wall. Looks like I got that in twice. These pictures show, I'll go back. The last 2 pictures are taken at the edge of College Avenue, sort of looking back to give you an overview of the area. And you can see that, it's a long wall, and it's all in shadow now because it's so tall and steep. And you'll note there's a whole lot of mature trees there, so any kind of changing of the grade would undermine the wall and also disrupt the trees and that are all along here. And then in there's a lot of the street lights you can see as well. So I guess those are the challenges we face. So we just didn't feel like without a huge expense that you could put any sidewalk in there that would go anywhere without a real detriment to the kind of rural character that you get along Dorby Road.
Have you talked with the tree commission about the trees and the planning commission about the
Yes.
wall? We're the planning commission,
Well-
the historical commission about the wall.
No, they because we weren't planning to go near the wall. What you could see actually on the first page, the little dotted square is where the addition to the art studio is going. And we are taking down a couple of trees and some trees that are not in good shape. And we're doing extensive planting around the entrance there. And we've gone over that with the Shade Tree Commission, and we're putting in more trees than necessary. It's a high priority amongst the community.
Yeah, and you can see there, that's what I was talking about, parallel to Darby Road. That's that internal road that abuts the project. I'm also told by the quadrangle, if they didn't get this waiver, they feel they would not go ahead with the project. They feel it would be, they'd have, A, it's a large expense. B, we'd be into a PennDOT permit. C, they have other people, they have a large number of residents, and these are Haverford Township residents. They want their art studio addition, but they also have a lot of people that are concerned about the trees, so they, due to the expense and the time delay and the changing of the character there, they would unfortunately feel they would cancel this very nice project they've been working hard on if they didn't get the waivers.
And they have a lot of internal sidewalks that you can see, sort of around at the entrance and sort of into all of these buildings. So it's a walkable community within it.
Right, and did you want to show this little path we explored?
We did explore an option, yes.
Which, as I mentioned, is not preferred by the quadrangle, but we felt that since the commissioners asked us to look at this, we should really look at it hard.
So the other option is an effort to connect the community to this intersection, which has curb cuts and a crosswalk across to the existing sidewalk there. So you'd be able to get somewhere. And this shows it now. We've rotated the view here, but this is the intersection here, and there's an existing crosswalk and, curb cuts on either side. And there is a bit of an opening between the trees here. There's a smaller plantings there. So we would propose just creating a walkway from that existing curb cut down to our parking lot. What is a challenge here is we're not even sure we own this property, or there's a question of where the property lines are there. So that was something we have proposed as an alternative. The quadrangle community is, you've got one up there too, still not crazy about doing that, but we're working on them. What else do we want to say?
I think that's it, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have an estimate of the cost of putting in a sidewalk, the full length? Or the
this-
maximum? No, not the little one.
Oh, no, the big one, well.
We had an estimate for doing all of the frontages. That's when we thought Parkview was in, and it didn't include any design or permitting, and it didn't include filling or grading, but it ranged from $750,000 to what, Patrick?
About $1.5 million, depending on how complicated we get.
$1.5 million. This smaller segment, if we use that same rationale,
$70,000 from the driveway to Parkview, be about $70,000. Again, it doesn't take into account moving utility poles, moving the wall, grading, landscape that would be have to be cleared. Grading would be substantial. Bus park area right up against that wall, where it happens to have the steepest slope.
You should probably
cutting that out.
you could introduce yourself. I know this.
Patrick
may be on
Spellman,
TV.
yeah, with Site Engineering Concepts from
I'm
Berwyn.
sorry, what is your name, please?
Patrick Spellman. Let's go back. So here, excuse me. So you see this picture of the wall. This here is about 5 feet. This is standing on the bus parking side. A couple feet on the other side of this wall is the road. So this wall would have to come out. This area would have to be graded 8 feet out from the wall, out from the road. And then we'd have to grade back to existing ground, which would be another 20 feet or total of about 20 feet. They're the kind of challenges, I think Mimi mentioned, this is the crosswalk and the ADA ramps that are sitting on the intersection with Parkview. She pointed out this traffic light and several other ones would be right in the middle of where the sidewalk would have to go. They would have to be relocated. That cost is not included. I couldn't even begin to guess what it would take to move these lights and the utilities that run along the poles that are there.
You just used a formula, right? You might explain that formula.
Yeah, so I really just used the square footage of the sidewalk. So how much is it to prepare basically an area that's ready to accept it? What would it take to prepare that area to put the sidewalk in? That's all it was. It didn't include, like I said, the extraneous work that would need to be done just to get to the point where you could put the sidewalk in.
I might just add that the cost of the addition is $750,000 or so. So we're talking about something that's sort of, a huge chunk of, or probably equivalent to the cost of the addition added to the project.
So, and we're talking about the area that's just from Parkview to the driveway. As you go past the driveway on Darby, we start getting into historic structures that are right up against the road. If you know where the driveway is to the maintenance house, it's got a gate right there a little further down. I don't believe we have any pictures going that way.
Last week,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay. And I'm just going to zoom in on that, down that area. So right here, where the maintenance house is, it's a bad aerial, but there is a lean-to that comes right up against the guide rail that's right there. There is a spring house that is in the stream. Let's see if I can. See if this quality will be something we can see. No. But the lean-to is right here. I know you can't really see. You can just barely make out the wall and the roof sitting right here. This is where the culvert comes across. It makes a right turn, basically a sluice way to the spring house. These are the spring house ruins sitting right here. And all that and these large trees. If we had to come off of this guide rail 8 feet to put in a 4-foot verge and a 4-foot sidewalk and then have to grade back down to existing, we would impact all this. And that, oops. I have to figure out how to zoom out. That condition extends along this whole red band that we're looking at, where there would be pretty much a significant amount of grading needed back into the property to make it an 8-foot ledge that we could put the sidewalk on. A couple more culverts going down Marple. So there's a lot of challenges over almost every linear foot of these frontages.
I think that's what we had for you. We would ask for your recommendation to the commissioners for a waiver of the, if applicable, the sidewalk and curbing requirements for the project. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any comments from members of the board? Planning Commission.
I have a suggestion. I understand the hardships and the costs involved in complying with the township requirement for a sidewalk, okay? But I think there's opportunity here that would allow us to connect the quadrangle with the walking trails that are in the preserve. And my thought is, rather than building a sidewalk out on Darby Road, if you could put a trail in that parallels the internal roadway network and then comes through that little parking area that you showed as your alternative.
I'm not sure I follow you,
Okay,
but
you see,
maybe you could put,
if you go to overall photo,
The next one. Oh, there, so here, so this,
yeah, well, extend that along that roadway out to the main entrance to the quadrangle,
inside the property.
inside. And it can be a trail, bituminous trail, doesn't have to be a concrete sidewalk. And it would match with the trail that's on the other side of Parkview Road in the development.
Yeah, there is, between the wall and this interior driveway, you know, it's still sort of quite, it's sort of steep in there. But so you would be saying somehow connect, this is where we're proposing a cut. And you're saying connect this somewhere?
Right along the edge of that roadway there. Is there room? There a grass strip that can be, you can put in a,
Well, it
bituminous-
does
even
drop
that
down.
has embankments.
Yeah,
it does.
yeah.
It has some of that. I walked along there
And, you
and
know,
not the whole way, but certainly part of it, and it's not great.
it's a, you know, it's a low impact drive there, and the residents do walk on the driveway.
You have those issues on both sides of that driveway.
This side for sure. I can't recall the other quite as well. Yeah, yeah. There's parking, there's a parking stretch here and a parking stretch there, you know, little bits. Yeah. So if we made the connection through and they walk along on the, within the streets there, as well as on, you know, the higher density spots where there's sidewalks.
Is that a private residence right there at Parkview Drive on the corner?
Yes, these are all private residences. It's a collection of 4 units.
And the elevation of Parkview Drive to where that street is? The two different elevations, how high are we going?
It's, Parkview Drive is higher, 4 or 5 feet. We don't know exactly.
So we'd be going, if we went with that alternate, we would be going down to that road.
Yes, it would slope down, and it looks like we can do it in a accessible,
That's my thought.
yeah. You know, I'm not sure, but it looks very close to that.
So do we know what that difference in elevation is? Just out of curiosity? I guess 5 feet?
Oh, no, I think it's closer to 2 to 3 feet right through here.
So it's a minimal handicapped, accessible
Yeah.
ramp that could
Yeah, so
possibly
we would-
work?
Yeah, we'd cut that curb out and then drop down to the right.
I would be concerned with the ownership of that property on the corner, where their meets and bounds are, and how it interacts with Parkview Drive and where that street is. And also maybe to consider a handicapped access ramp to get onto that road would be interesting to dig out and see if it can work. And the cost would be relatively much cheaper than putting up that sidewalk there.
Well, this house is all part of the quadrangle community. It doesn't have its separate lot line.
Okay, that's better.
So that much I know in terms of lots. Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, the quadrangle doesn't prefer that, but we felt that was feasible and, you know, something that I still don't have sign off from the management, but that, we were looking at that.
Be considerable savings.
Yeah, we thought that it would be reasonable
Sure.
to make that small connection. And, you know, we're not sure if that would, even cutting that curb would require a PennDOT permit. Although I was talking to Chuck, the township might actually own that little part where the sidewalk is, so that might make it easier. So, you know, we'd have to work all that out, but
Understand?
it seems like it would be doable if it would be acceptable to the quadrangle. They are, like I said, they are a little worried about security as well, inviting people in, but
There are a lot of, you have walking trails and sidewalks with
yes, you can answer that.
Yeah, they're, I want to go back to his old map. This whole portion of the community is open space with a lot of trails through it that do connect down to the Haverford Reserve. And there are sidewalks in parts of the community, and then the roadway is closed off here and someplace down there. So there's very limited traffic in a lot of places on the driveway. So there's a lot of walking about the community. There's a large pond that you put the photos right on top of. Is there another? No.
If you go to this one, sidewalk, quadrangle, this one, that one right there, that should be yours.
Yeah, but I don't have it. I don't show the pond on this one. It was a blow up.
Yeah, that's the best I
Yeah.
have.
So there's a large pond and the duck pond in the middle, and so there's a lot
So
of.
the trails in the quadrangle are interconnected with the trails in the preserve?
Yeah, they all go
They
down
all-
there. So
they all are
yeah,
interconnected.
connected. Yeah,
So you already have this situation where
yeah,
people who are in the preserve can get into your trails
yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
So making this other connection shouldn't be as much of a concern since it already exists at other locations.
Right, right.
Yeah, we're hopeful they'll find it. Fire authorities involved.
Are there any locations within your development that require additional pathways or walkways?
I know they have they're working with a landscape architect to do a variety of amenities throughout the community, and they're talking about putting in some, fire pits and things like that or around, but I'm not familiar with that, and that's still in the planning stages. So they're also replacing a lot of trees that have died and that sort of thing as part of that. So there's a whole enhancement project that's part of this.
Well, it would be my thought that if there's something you can do that somehow interconnect the two, especially at the intersection there, which right across the street, there's a beginning of a paved
Right.
walkway that leads all the way back into the development. So I would think that you have to do something in order to make that connection work. And if there's something you need to do inside the development that makes that access easier for your residents, I think you should do that also.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like I said, I don't have approval, but it seems reasonable. We even thought, if you remember that photo, there was a parking spot there. Maybe we would stripe that one out. I think there's a lot of parking in there, so losing one wouldn't harm anyone. So things like that.
When was the quadrangle first constructed?
I looked on their website, and we have some of their old plans. It looks like it was founded by some people at Haverford College. They were looking to make a community like this, and I think it was in the late 1980s from what I saw.
Yeah, mid-'80s.
So
Yeah.
It was an old estate, and it's a beautiful property, and it's a beautiful life community that it was built around that time, I believe.
I'm just wondering, in past land development plans, if sidewalks and curbing were required at that time, and if the developer received the applicant received waivers at that time. Does anybody know if that was the case?
I hadn't seen that, but I don't have the approvals. We had a plan from the late 80s, and then the most other recent plan I saw was from 1996, and the notes on the plans did not address that. I understand there was a change in the ordinances recently, at least about sidewalks, so maybe there was a different code, but the short answer is I don't know.
Okay. My only question, the reason for that line of questioning was simply that if this was discussed during previous iterations of the land development plans, and was determined at that time that the waiver was warranted, if conditions haven't changed, if that would impact anything. Just my 2 cents here, I come down this pathway very often to Parkview to get to the reserve. So I live up in Ward 5, so I come down here frequently as part of my recreation, walking and jogging route. So crossing over Darby Road, there are those crosswalks there. So generally, generally it seems fine, but I actually avoid coming down College Avenue for the sheer fact that I can't really get to the reserve in a safe way over Darby Road there, because there is no sidewalks to then get. The only route really to get to the reserve is down Parkview. So it makes more sense for me to come from the other direction. I know that this is on the opposite side. This is just kind of a general complaint of mine that because of the way that the road splits in that Y shape, there's actually no pedestrian infrastructure it's kind of dangerous on that side of the road, but I understand that's not your property, so it's not your problem. But when I'm looking at this from a perspective of you requesting the waiver, to be able to come down College Avenue, to be able to then cross over on Darby to get to Parkview, could be beneficial. But I certainly see kind of the hazards that could create just because of the existing conditions. So as much as I would like to advocate for walkability and increase pedestrian amenities, I'm not sure if it makes the most sense here in this particular place. To the question, I don't know if you have a good view, but behind where the traffic lights are, is there any sort of adequate means to cross over into the internal driveway at College Avenue?
Maybe she's asking about that.
No, I'm trying to think. There's behind all the traffic lights there, it's a little flat right by the traffic lights, and then it does go up. It's not as steep as that center section of wall, and I was walking it, and I might say it goes up 2.5 feet maybe as a hump. There's sort of a hump in that area to the over to the drive, and it's quite wooded. The last picture shows, I think we're talking about here, because here you can see those traffic lights. It's not a very good slide, but I'm afraid. But you can see how the grade goes up, and there's a lot of nice mature trees there. So could you get between them? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much value that would add and how much people would actually take advantage of a cross through like that, because you can certainly then
You might
get.
if you're not going down College Avenue, you're sort of stuck.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like Parkview Drive, in terms of access into the reserve, is kind of the main pathway. But to get to the other trail networks that are further to the east of the property, that cut through College Avenue could be beneficial to kind of access through that way, as opposed to going down Parkview and kind of down and around. Anyway, I don't know what a great solution is. It's a challenging site to add these amenities kind of after the fact.
Right.
But I also want to just be cognizant that I know that this is a private property, but you are adjacent to a major township recreation center that has great resources and trails and amenities that are highly desirable for residents to access. And like I said, I live close enough that it's something that I enjoy, running and walking to. And so the access is limited. So to be able to provide kind of surrounding community to be able to use that
Right.
resource, that's the township resource, just because it's kind of like not in the middle, but it's a route
Right,
to get to it.
yeah.
So I just want to be cognizant of that as well.
So, well,
I have a question for maybe the solicitor or solicitor. Would does the township have any guidelines on how much they should be spending on sidewalk and curbing and connection compared to how much the project costs?
No, there's no objective criteria to make that determination. That really comes down to, I would think, an argument whether or not it actually is a hardship based upon the scope of the project versus the scope of the improvements that would be required. So, but no objective criteria to measure that by.
Okay.
Lou?
I share the views that have been expressed. That it'd be nice to have some connection. I actually come at it from the other end. In my younger days, when I still had a kid in school and he was a runner, we used to start out at the trails down to reserve, and then we'd come up, and all of a sudden, we come to a point where we're on sidewalks and into a community. It's like, oh, where'd the trail go? So it would really be wonderful if there's some way to just connect that over and then continue on beyond. Obviously, I don't know exactly what that entails. I haven't looked at all the specifics, but and it sounds like you're willing to take a look to see what can be done.
How would you like to, well, before I say anything, are there any other comments from the Planning Commission members? Are there any other folks here tonight that would like to comment? Seeing none, do you have any thoughts on how you want to proceed?
Thank you.
I believe we meet in December. Second Thursday in December. I'm just giving him the option.
Yeah, we would,
Or you could move, it's up to you if you want to move forward tonight.
yes, we would like to move forward tonight if possible. This project, they've been working on it for quite a while, and they'd like to proceed. So we would like to get your recommendation for the commissioners. I did forget to mention one thing. I mentioned to the commissioners, there is a provision in the subdivision and land development ordinance. It's a general one. As you see in many, it says that natural features should be preserved and protected, and it names off almost all of the things that we have here. And some of the cases that I put in my waiver letter said that that is another way to show undue hardship. If putting in the required improvements would run afoul of another objective, that's a factor too. So we would hope that you could give a recommendation that a waiver or a modification would be in order. As I said, if the recommendation includes that path, that little connection, we thought that would be reasonable. I can't promise we'll do it, but the Planning Commission could make that part of their recommendation, and we'll go to the commissioners with that as well. So appreciate your time.
Does anyone have a motion they'd like to make?
I'll make a motion, but Maggie's doing a little research there. Did you find it?
Bear with us for a moment, please.
All right. There's a provision in the Saldo, section 160-10A, which talks about if the requirements of the chapter are unreasonable or cause undue hardship, that the commissioners can waive the requirements, okay? So I would make a motion based on that. I would make a motion that we recommend that the waivers for the curbs and sidewalks for the arts project, the art studio project at the quadrangle be approved, subject to the condition that a connection be constructed between the internal cartways in the quadrangle with the existing sidewalk at Parkview Drive, and also a connection be provided from the internal roadway network in the quadrangle out to College Avenue.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Let's go down the row.
In favor? In favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. In favor. Thank you.
Good night.
The next item on our agenda is a request for a special exception review for 700 Haverford Road. The Planning Commission's role on a request for a special exception, well, when there's a request for a special exception, in this case, under 182-802D2, that would be a request to the zoning hearing board to grant or deny that exception. But the section also provides for that be done after review and recommendation by the Planning Commission. Our understanding is that the recommendation, we review and we recommend, but our recommendation is not binding at all on the zoning hearing board. It's a zoning hearing board decision. It's not our decision. So we're giving our opinions as to whether we recommend it or not, but it's not binding. It's just a recommendation. And there's been a question raised about whether we're members who are in the neighborhood have a bias or concern that they're not able to participate. I'll speak for myself, and we talked about this. I spoke with both counsel before the this meeting and consulted with our solicitor. And my own view is I have confident that I would be able to make a decision on this special exception without prejudice or bias. I could be fair and reasonable. I'm a little more comfortable, given my concerns about the merits. I'm feel a little more comfortable if, for a variety of reasons, not really biased, but for a variety of reasons, depending on how this develops, I would consider not participating in the final vote on the recommendation myself. I'm not speaking for anyone else. And we talked about that before, and I understand that.
Correct.
But I continue to chair the meeting to move it along from a procedural standpoint.
Correct, yes.
And that's acceptable to you.
Yes, that is acceptable.
Did you want to comment as a member of the Civic Association?
I also live in the Brynford neighborhood, and I guess by default somewhat fall under the Civic Association, but I have not participated in any meetings of the Civic Association in recent months related to the matter before us. So I have not participated in any support or opposition to anything related to the matter. So I feel completely neutral on the topic here, other than the fact that I happen to live in Ward 5.
I'm sorry, say the last thing you said?
Other than I live in Ward 5.
Okay.
In previous years, I've been advised by solicitor, not on this matter, on other matters, that we're on the planning commission to give our opinions with knowledge of our neighborhood. We're not like a jury that's not supposed to know anything about the facts. So that factors in. So we are here to give our opinions and to have opinions.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Let me introduce myself. Bernadette Kearney from Hamburg, Rubin, Mullen, Maxwell, and Lupin here on behalf of the applicant, and Dave Damon. The engineer is also present. So just to give you a little background on the property, and we are in the midst of, we have completed 2 zoning hearings. We are scheduled for next week for the 3rd zoning hearing. So it is a little unusual that we're here in front of you, but backing up even further is another attorney in our office had presented to the zoning hearing board back in 2023. The zoning hearing board had granted relief at that time. It went up on appeal and it's been remanded back. So the hearings that we're having now are a remand from the trial court. And so one of the issues that had come up was the use of the property. Going back even further, in 1960, the property was granted a special exception to operate as a gasoline service station. And at that time, it was also zoned to what it is today, which is C2, so neighborhood commercial. So if the repair portion of the property is before the zoning hearing board, the repair shop portion is before the zoning hearing board to become a convenience store. So we're in front, I know it's a little convoluted. We're in front of the zoning hearing board for, and I'm going to read you what it was in 2023, was they approved the use of the property as a vehicle refueling facility with a convenience store. The convenience store is in that, it's approximately 1,300 square feet of where the bays are for the repair shop. So that's where the convenience store would go. What's also on the property would just remain as is. So the gasoline pumps, nothing's changing. The access, nothing's changing. We're in front of the zoning hearing board. Again, it was, because it was remanded, it was in front of the zoning hearing board in 2023 for that use of a property as a vehicle refueling station with a convenience store. The issue, so it's kind of a legal issue. The issue came up was, well, if you're no longer a gasoline service station, what are you? And the other attorney, her name was Annie. Annie asked for a variance to allow a vehicle refueling facility with a convenience store. The variance is to allow 2 uses on a lot, because they only allow 1 use on a lot, and to allow that vehicle refueling facility.
Could you repeat what you just said, please? I didn't catch the rest of that sentence. You said The variant, just
So
the
the
last
variance
piece.
that was requested, and when you read the transcript, what the other attorney, Ms. Neiman, was saying was, I'm asking to allow the repair portion to become a convenience store, which is permitted. And I'm also asking for the gasoline pumps and that area, the store area we'll call it, to remain as is. And it would be called a vehicle refueling facility, which is what is in your ordinance, because it wouldn't be a gasoline service station anymore.
And
Because
this happened in 2023.
Yes, that happened in
That was the
2023.
initial application for this change.
Yes, that was the initial application. So when it got remanded, Mr. Yanoff represents the Brentford Civic Association, who is a party, which is why I wrote the letter. It's a little convoluted because we're already in the hearings. So why I wrote the letter was, yes, the Brentford Civic Association's already a party. Mr. Yanoff represents them at the zoning hearing board. So it came up at the last zoning hearing, so I took another look at the ordinance. So if you look at your ordinance definitions, and I'm just going to read them to you. Your nonconforming use is a use whether of land or a structure which does not comply with the applicable use provisions of this chapter or any amendment heretofore or hereinafter enacted, where such use was lawfully in existence prior to the enactment of this chapter or amendment. So the gasoline service station in 1960 was permitted by special exception. They obtained the special exception. It's no longer permitted in the C2. It's permitted in another commercial district. Your vehicle refueling facility definition is a lot or area of land together with any structures thereon used for the retail sale of motor vehicle fuel. And then it goes on, the building area of any enclosure associated with the vehicle fueling facility shall be limited to a floor area of 150 square feet. Fuel sales provided by a vehicle fueling facility shall not be offered in conjunction with the sale, rental of motor vehicles or parts or maintenance, painting, repels, servicing, and or washing of motor vehicles. When you look, strangely enough, that definition, vehicle refueling facility, you don't find anywhere else in your ordinance. You find only in the definition section, but you do find in the C section, I'm gonna pull that, it's a vehicle fueling facility. I don't
And
know if
what
that.
section is that in?
Yep, I'm gonna point it out for you. That section is, I believe it is C5.
So you're saying, so the use of a gasoline service station, you're saying is only in District C5?
No.
So the gasoline service station you now allow in C4, and the vehicle fueling facility, doesn't say refueling, and I don't know if that's a typo or what, is permitted in the C5. So
And what is
gasoline,
C5?
and C5 is the shopping center commercial district. So your commercial districts are allowing fueling.
And what's the district of
Two,
the property?
Two of them, yes, are allowing
And
fueling.
what is C4?
C4 is your highway commercial, and C5 is your shopping center commercial district.
And C4 allows a gas station.
Gasoline service station.
Okay?
I'm sorry, the property's under which district?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The property's under which district?
C2.
C2.
So in 1960, the gasoline service station was allowed in C2. So it became non-conforming when that definition was taken out of C2.
Are you sure? I've looked at a little of the history for in other matters, I've looked at a little of the history. Are you sure that before 1970, I'm not sure why it's relevant, but were you sure it was the C2 district before?
That's
In
what
1960 and the
1960
the order.
I'm sorry.
I think the order doesn't mention C2. I thought that was a creation of the code of 1974. Again, I'm not sure how that's relevant because that doesn't seem relevant to your
Well, because
special exception.
what I'm arguing is you have an existing use. It's non-conforming. I'm changing it from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. Your ordinance says You're allowed to do that by special exception.
But I thought you, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You said you're using it as a gas station now. You can call it a gas.
Well,
There are pumps and you pump gas.
yeah, well,
Right?
yeah.
Okay. And you're not, that you say is a
That portion is not changing.
that is a non-conforming use
Yes,
in C2, neighborhood commercial.
right.
And you're not changing that use.
Not changing the
Okay,
pumps, the 5 fueling stations will remain as is. Nothing's changing there.
Then I'm just confused as
I
to
know,
what
it's-
the special exception
Because
is
it,
for. If
but-
there's no change in use,
there's no change in use.
then why would there be a special exception, which under the provision you've cited, I don't think so. No, it hasn't.
Yeah, that's what you say. It was a gasoline service station, now it's a vehicle refueling station. That's the change in use.
Why is it not still a gasoline service station?
Because the repair portion's taken away.
But it's still well, let's look at the definition of gasoline service station, which still exists and is still a term in C4.
It's allowed in C4.
And let's look at the definition.
So, I'm sorry?
Yep. Do you have the definition of
Four.
gasoline service station?
The current definition.
Did you not say that in 1960, whoever owned the property at the time got a special exception?
Say that again?
In 1960, the original date for the start of the gasoline station, was that a special exception? Or was that a use by right?
It was a special exception.
Back in 1960?
Right.
Okay, so you're changing a use that was approved by a special exception
Which is permitted by right.
into another non-conforming use.
Right.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna dive into the terminology again, just to, you went through a lot of information really early on.
I know
and-
it's
Okay, so 1960, special exception. What was the use granted at that time?
gasoline service station.
So did the definition of gasoline service station change from 1960?
Well, I could not tell you how many people I have called to locate your 1960 ordinance. When I called Mr. Mount to ask to come to the township, I think the township's doing something and they couldn't put their hands on them. I called the Delaware Valley Planning Commission. The gentleman there, it couldn't have been nicer. He went off-site. He said, it's gonna take me a couple weeks. He went off-site. They have a place where they store things. He couldn't locate one. Called the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission. They were not as nice and didn't call me back. And I called the county law library. They don't keep them.
Okay.
You have to
so
go
we-
to an engineering firm that's been around for many
I called a
years.
couple planners.
You call Hoopman's?
Say who?
Hoopman?
No,
Okay, how about McCombie?
no.
I know they have.
If you give me their contact, I will certainly contact them.
It's your job.
Yes. But,
Okay. All right,
Okay,
so
I'm
we
looking,
have-
go ahead.
so the
Hold
current
on.
definition of gasoline.
Hold on, I'm sorry, hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the use was granted in 1960 under special exception for a gasoline service station. Has the building or the number of pumps changed since 1960?
Not that I can find, no.
Okay, so the footprint of the building, the use, so there's like the one portion that has the little convenience store area, then there's the, like 2 bays for the repair shop. That was all pre-existing for the last 70 years.
As far as
you
I'm
know.
aware,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And
There
then-
have been decisions over the years to change the signage, because, different gas stations would come in.
Right.
I can find those.
Okay, but that's just the signage. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then that was operating up until you guys came in. So then last year you so then you asked for a variance. Can you go through the variance
Yes.
request again?
So the variance was, and then I'm going to read you the gasoline service. And for all I know, the gasoline service station definition may still remain the same as it was in 1960. I'm sorry, what did you just ask?
The variance request.
Oh, right, yes. So the variance
Could you hold
request-
1 second, please?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking for the definition of gas? No.
She said, I'm sorry, what is your last name, please? What is your last name?
Kearney with a K?
Kearney. As Ms. Kearney said, there's a definition of refueling facility, which appears nowhere. That term appears nowhere in the code, but there is gas fueling facility,
It,
which
it,
appears in shopping centers.
it appears in the
In
code.
the definition.
Yes,
Is the definition
yes.
fueling facility?
Vehicle fueling facility appears in the code, and we put it there when they put the gas station at the giant development on Township Line.
But that, there is no, I think what you're saying is there's no other place, other than the definition, there's no other place in the code where that
Right, I don't
term
know
is
if it's a
used.
typo.
It may be, but
Yes.
let's talk one step at a time. So it's, I just want to get clear as to what we're doing. So there is a definition of a gasoline service station, and there's a definition of a
Vehicle fueling facility.
vehicle. Let me just see.
Definition, well, the definition is vehicle refueling facility.
In the definition section, it says
And then-
vehicle refueling facility. One
De-
at a
vehicle
time, excuse me. There's a vehicle refueling facility. And I believe you said that there is no district in the code, in the Haverford Township Code, for a vehicle refueling facility. However, maybe, let me finish, it may just be a typo because the term vehicle fueling facility is used in, I think you said section C5, which
C5.
applies, which is a section for shopping centers.
In the shopping center, yeah.
Yes. And the term gasoline service station still appears in the code in
It's
C.
still
Still is in the code.
Yes,
At
yes.
C4,
in C4.
which is highway commercial,
Yes,
okay, but not in C2, neighborhood commercial. Okay.
no
So-
longer in there.
So that, you have said, is a non-conform, the use of the pumps, in ordinary language, a gas station is non-conforming in a C2 district. So this gas station at Haverford Road, you have said is non-conforming. It's a
Correct.
non-conforming use,
Yes.
and that use is going to remain the same.
The
Under your
gas pump,
proposed variance, the use for gas, for me to go to there and put gas in my car, is not going to change one bit.
No.
Okay. Regardless.
It's sort of, in practicality, nothing's changing for the gas pumps.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're clear
yes.
on that. Clear as mud.
Yeah.
We're clear.
So when you looked at your, I'm sorry, did someone say
Oh,
something?
by the way, I looked at you had these other exhibits, which are the 1960 order, and there's a reference, it was initially denied, and there's a reference to somewhere there was a reference to
Yeah, it seemed like they were using,
H business classification was this location, and it was turned down, and then it was reheard, and they did grant, as you provided, they granted a special exception in 1960 for what they called a motor vehicle service station, a gasoline service station,
they weren't consistent.
and I think at one point they said it was requested as a gas station. They requested a gas station, but it was granted as either a motor vehicle service station or a gasoline service station, excluding body and fender work.
Right.
So there we are. But that's it. Well, isn't that sort of antique concerns here? You have a non-conforming use. That's what it is. As long as I've been around, that's what it is.
I'm sorry, you
As
have
long
enough,
as I've been pumping gas there, it has been a gas station in ordinary language,
in ordinary language, yes,
and that's not going to change.
and that's not changing.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry, I think you had asked me to read the gasoline service station? No?
Yeah, might as
I
well.
had asked for clarification on the variance,
Okay.
but go ahead and read the definition because David had asked for that.
You want to read that in the record, or
Yeah,
shall I?
the current gasoline service station is a lot area of land together with any structure thereon, used for the retail sale of motor fuel and lubricants, incidental services such as lubrication and hand washing of motor vehicles, and the sale, installation of minor repair of tires, batteries, or other automobile accessories. That's the current definition.
So it includes the retail sale of motor fuel and lubricants. It
Sorry.
includes the retail sale of motor fuel and lubricants.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, it all boils down as to how you use the building.
Exactly.
And
so,
prior to this, prior to the, or after the initial special exception in 1960, it was a service station where you could get your oil changed, get your tires fixed, and buy oil and things like that in that store. And now you're asking to change that use to a convenience store, which is permitted in the C2 district.
Not exactly.
Yeah, that's what
it's
they're
permitted
asking.
by right in the C2.
No.
There's no relief needed for the convenience store itself.
Well, you'll have an opportunity to disagree, but I don't think that's what she's saying. She's saying the gas pumps are going to remain gas.
Yes.
Next door to the gas pumps. Now, I'm just speaking from my own observation and my own use of the facility and talking to the guy who ran the automotive repair shop.
Yeah,
You
I'm
had-
sorry.
Yeah, the automotive repair shop. What you had was like 5
Pumps.
pumping areas with pumps on both, with parking on both sides of those pumps, and you could take your gas on
10
either
fueling
side.
position totals, yeah.
And fueling.
10
10
altogether.
Yeah,
10 fueling spots altogether. That's staying the way it is.
staying the way it is.
The automotive repair shop, which was adjoining that gas station,
All on the same property.
all on the same property, all C2, was there also for a number of years, way back. And that is the intention is not to continue to use that as an automotive repair shop,
Right.
but to take that space of an automotive repair shop and make it a convenience store.
Correct.
And that's 2 uses.
Right,
And
that's,
so you're asking for a variance because in this district, you can say it with me, you can only
We're on
have
the
one
same-
use.
Yeah.
I did watch the video, so I heard some
Yes.
of that discussion.
so we were asking for let's just call them the gas pumps and the convenience store, 2 uses on 1 lot. I took a closer look at your ordinance when Mr. Yanoff raised an issue at the last hearing. The non-conforming use that exists today,
Sorry?
the non-conforming use that exists today, I want to keep the gas portion of it, not the service portion of it. So you can change.
Excuse me, by service, you mean the automotive repair shop.
Yeah.
cool.
So the request back in 2023 was the vehicle fueling facility. And so when you look at your ordinance, at your change in use, a non-conforming use it shall not be changed to any other use other than a conforming use except as otherwise permitted in section D2 below, which says, whenever a use district shall be hereinafter changed, the district was changed to no longer allow the gasoline service station, so it became a non-conforming use, but permitted.
In 1974.
I don't know, I
Well,
couldn't
that's
get you.
when they passed this code. So
Yeah,
let's just say a long time ago.
And any existing non-conforming use in such changed district, the district changed because it didn't allow it anymore by special exception, may be continued or changed to another non-conforming use of the same classification when authorized as a special exception by the zoning hearing board following review and recommendation, which is why we're in front of you. So the new non-conforming use is the vehicle fueling facility.
I'm
it's-
stymied. How is that a new non-conforming use? The same use is
Because-
exactly the same.
Because it's not permitted
never was.
by right in the C2.
So it was non-conforming when the code was passed in 1974. It became non-conforming. It was allowed as a special exception by this order in whatever the district was called back then. It was it was a special exception in 1960. Then the code was passed. I'll stipulate, if you will, in 1974, John. And then that use, you have said, became non-conforming when the code was passed in 1974. And it's been non-conforming ever since.
Ever since.
And you're not changing the use of the gas
Pumps, yeah,
pumps. Okay. You do want to change the use of the repair shop
right,
to a convenience store.
which is permitted. That's
If
convenience
there were
store is
nothing, if
permitted in
there
the
were only
C2.
one use on, I know you said that you can't have two uses, that's why you want to vary it.
Right, two uses for, I'm sorry, variance for two uses on a lot.
Yeah, and if there were no uses on, if it was a raw land and you just wanted to put in a convenience store, you're saying that would be permitted as a
It's
right
permitted in the C2,
in
yes.
C2. Okay, I think I got it.
So it sounds like it boils down to the fact that the initial use was a gasoline service station, which was a combined fuel pump and repair, like auto repair,
As one.
as one joint use.
Yes,
And then the fact that the C2 district then took that out as a conforming use, then the pumps without the service, so you can continue the service station and the pumps together as a non-conforming use, but with the removal of the service station, the pumps themselves
yeah, you got it.
triggers the change in the non-conforming uses.
Which
right?
is why then we asked for the
For the
vehicle.
special exception.
Yes, because I'm changing from one non-conforming use to another.
Okay.
Could you run that by me one more? I still don't see what the change is in use.
Because the use that was approved was a joint gasoline pump and vehicle repair as one use. So
Actually not. Actually, I don't see that in the approval. Or I'm not sure it matters, but
I haven't seen this is the order from 1960.
yeah.
As a motor vehicle service station.
So Bernadette, could you say again what it is you're here for?
I'm here because I'm asking to change from one non-conforming use to another in the same classification of commercial. You break down your zoning ordinance in different, like residential, commercial, office, industrial. Those uses that I'm referring to, I wouldn't be here if it was permitted in the C2. It's permitted somewhere else. It's permitted in,
C5.
yeah, well,
I'm C4.
well, C4 is the gasoline service station. C5 is the vehicle fueling facility, which again, I'm not sure if that was a typo. Because yeah.
Let me
But so what I'm
help me
saying-
with my confusion. You have a non-conforming use. It's
Yes.
actually being used as to pump gas. You want to, and you're not changing that non-conforming use. You want to continue that non-conforming.
continue-
Let me finish. You're
Yeah.
not changing that non-conforming use. What you're changing is an automotive repair shop that's part of the property into a convenience store. That's why you're asking for a variance. The variance is for the two uses on the property. I listened to the video and that's
Yep.
what you said. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we're here.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know what
sort
you're
of-
asking this board to do.
It's
That's
sort
my
of because of
concern.
your definitions. It's form over substance because nothing's changing related to the
Exactly.
pumps. It's right. It's form over substance. Yes.
And the change that this provision you're relying on talks about a change in use. Doesn't talk about a change in definition.
Yep. And that could very well be, this is all a lot of legal argument that we're going to have to make to the zoning hearing board. I did this in an abundance of caution because it was raised at the last zoning hearing.
I'll let counsel.
Yeah.
I watched it and I'll be silent on
But
it.
and again, if the zoning officer or the zoning hearing board determined the applicant doesn't need that, I can certainly withdraw it.
That's up to the zoning hearing board.
Yes. But
The
I had to
question
come.
we have tonight is, should we recommend something that seems to be just about a label, not about an actual change in use? And the authority we have, this is my concern, the authority we have to approve, to recommend, we don't approve, to recommend or not recommend is solely under the provision you cited, D2 for changes in use. And the code says a non-conforming use, the actual use, and the non-conforming use, you read the definition, is shall not be changed to any other use other than a conforming use, except as provided in subsection D2. And then we look to D2, and that says, if the code is hereinafter changed. You have that, Angela?
Yep.
Could I see that, please? And that says, if the code is, whatever a use district, which here is the C2, shall be hereinafter changed, any existing nonconforming use, which in your application, that's what you're asking, that's what you submitted, an existing nonconforming use. In such changed district, whenever a use district shall be hereinafter changed, any existing nonconforming use in such changed district may be continued or changed to another nonconforming use of the same classification when authorized as a special exception by the zoning hearing board after following review and recommendation by the planning commission, provided no structural alterations, etc. So there's a nonconforming use, can't be changed except under D2. D2 says, which you're relying on, says a use district shall be hereinafter, whenever it's hereinafter changed, the existing nonconforming use may be continued, which is what you want to do, or changed to another nonconforming use of the same classification when authorized as a special exception. And I'll let you and the lawyers argue about so a use is a use. It's being used for something. You're not changing the use. You say in your application you want to continue the existing use. So again, why are we here
It's the
over a name
definitions.
change? It's not a change in the definitions. It's a change in the name. It's the use. The provision you're relying on only talks about a use. And you're saying we want to keep the same use. So it seems to me this special exception should just go to the zoning hearing board if that's what you're seeking. And I don't
Yeah,
know
and
what you're asking us to decide or what we can
The
recommend.
arguments you're making, I'll be making to the zoning hearing board.
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to get
You
clear
know,
as to
well,
why
but
what we're supposed
your
to decide.
explanations, yeah. That this, it's form over substance. The pumps aren't changing.
I have a more fundamental question. What event triggered a change in the use district after this ordinance was developed?
Say the last thing you said.
What event happened? It says in here, whenever a use district shall be hereinafter changed.
No,
Changed from 1974 when this ordinance was written.
yeah.
What
Well,
changed?
it had to have changed because in
Well,
19
if it hasn't changed, you don't have any standings with that section.
no in 1960.
No, that's not what it says.
No, let me just finish.
Okay.
In 1960, you were allowed a gasoline service station by
understand
special
that.
exception
Right.
in that district, correct? On that property.
No, you weren't. You got a special exception.
Right, which is a permitted by right.
Okay.
So the case law is if you meet all the criteria, a special exception is permitted by right. So that use was permitted if you went and got the special exception. That is no longer in the C2 district.
If it was a permitted use in 1960, which is what you just said, then it's not a non-conforming use now.
No, it is because look at your C2 today.
Right.
It doesn't allow that. It doesn't allow gasoline service. It came out of the ordinance. Your ordinance changed.
74.
Yeah, okay. In 1974, it changed. Okay.
But
Yeah.
what was hereinafter?
Which is why today you couldn't have a gasoline service station in the C2.
So, okay, so you're saying in 1974, when we adopted this new ordinance, we made that property non-conforming?
It could have been before that. Anytime after 1960, something changed in your ordinance that no longer allows that property to be used for a gasoline service station because you took it out of the ordinance and moved it somewhere else.
Okay, all right.
And it became non-conforming.
That's when it
in
became
74.
non-conforming.
And to follow Angelo's question, what was the hereinafter change that triggered this new application, this present application?
What, for the applicant, you mean? Or,
Yeah.
they're asking to change the repair bays to convenience store.
No,
I didn't hear your question, I think.
No, I mean, we're going to stay here all night arguing about this, and I think we need to move on because it's going to be decided by the zoning board. I'm more concerned about the hardships that are associated with two uses on a property. I'm more concerned about why you need a variance to put your loading dock in the front of the building and why you can't put it in the back. You don't even mention in your application a variance about the size of the loading dock.
I'm sorry?
The size of the loading dock. The ordinance requires.
Oh, yeah, we went over that, before.
Okay, but it's been my experience that when you ask for a variance, it has to be the minimum relief that you need, and you have to have the hardship.
Right, that's what we're in front of the zoning hearing board for,
Okay.
yes.
All right, and I don't see the reason for the loading space to be in front of the building.
But I really don't want to vet that here, because that's not what we're only here for the special exception, and we're in the middle of the hearing.
Yeah, so if I can maybe help streamline this a little bit. The applicant, it seems, out of an abundance of caution and semantics of the ordinance, is seeking special exception because the pre-existing non-conforming use is a dual use, so to speak. There's like two things glommed together, which is the auto repair and the gasoline station. And they're getting rid of the service station and they're just going to the service pumps, the gasoline pumps, which semantically represents a change in use, therefore triggers a special exception. So our role as planning commission is to comment on the special exception, and it is not our role to comment on any of the variance applications, although it's certainly incumbent upon the applicant to provide demonstration of hardship for whatever variances they're requesting.
But as a planning commission, shouldn't we be concerned about the impacts of the development on the neighborhoods?
Yes, however,
There's so many
there's
things
nothing-
wrong. There's so many things wrong with this plan that need to be fixed.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that we have the legal jurisdiction under this ordinance section, because all that we're asked to do is provide comment related to the application for special exception. We're not being asked to provide comment related to the overall variance application or the general application before the zoning hearing board. That's not within our ask. So I don't know that we can necessarily comment on it. And to me, the special exception seems like a matter of semantics, and the larger issue is demonstration of the variance.
I think
So I think that for our purposes tonight, I don't see that anybody necessarily has a strong opinion about getting rid of, like, keeping the pumps, unless I don't want to speak for anyone else. But Angela, I don't think that we can comment on the variance application portion.
Well, I think we can comment and make recommendations, and it's up to the zoning board to whether or not they want to consider our
And I'm
recommendations
going
or
to
not.
turn to the solicitor and object.
I-
This is a peculiar, we're already in the mid, we already.
I believe that Mrs. Dobbs hit the nail on the head, that really what's before you today is really just the special exception. I mean, if you are, want to speak in your individual capacity at the zoning hearing board and express your opinion is fine, but that issue is not before the board tonight.
So to the building itself, the convenience store, there's structural alterations being made to that, or
I'm sorry, you're going to say that again?
are there structural alterations being made to the convenience store aspect of it?
Yeah, but if they don't do
In
that,
front of the building, like,
special exception.
Dave could kind of explain. Dave, you have to come
Well,
up.
I wouldn't term it structural, but they're eliminating the two service bays, facing that with a
Door.
so it's not structural from the standpoint of the structure is just enclosing.
So it's not a change to the footprint.
That's what I was kind of thinking about.
Yeah, no, there's no change to the footprint. It's just replacing the bay doors with windows, essentially.
Yes. Absolutely. Is that all right? Bernadette, we'll take a 2-minute break.
Sure.
If I can call you Bernadette.
Yes, that's totally fine.
It's 5 of 9. If you have anything you want to add at this point, please do. If not,
We just came before the planning commission as indicated in your zoning ordinance that the review and recommendation is needed by the planning commission before I could proceed to continue with the zoning hearing board hearings that are proceeding. And I understand that you don't normally do this, that I actually had to ask to be placed on it. It isn't done in the normal course, that the Planning Commission reviews the special session, but because it was in the ordinance and this has been remanded from a trial court, we asked to be placed in front of you. And I think Mr. Yanoff has something he would like to say, and then I can finish what he's
We'll
done.
let him have that opportunity. Is there other comments?
Thank you. Am I limited to just one thing, or can I say a whole bunch of things?
You can say whatever you feel you need to say, but
You may be sorry that you said that, Mr.
it
Chairman.
is getting late, so
Yes,
we
thank
would
you.
I know you will try to make it.
Well,
to
This
the point.
whole application is what we used to call a law school question. There are so many issues in this that boggle the mind. But the first is, I just want to make sure that the Planning Commission understands. Let me identify myself. Michael Yanoff, Goldstein Law Partners. I represent the Brentford Civic Association and a whole host of Brentford neighbors who have been granted standing at the zoning hearing board. We're obviously in opposition to the application. I want to make sure that the Planning Commission understands that the remand from the Court of Common Pleas was a remand ab initio. In other words, from the start. And what occurred in 2023 is no longer relevant to anybody's determination, including that of the Zoning Hearing Board. We're starting fresh, and we have started fresh in this 2024 iteration of this application. So I just want to make sure the Planning Commission doesn't look to the 2023 approvals and say, well, the Zoning Hearing Board already made that decision. They have not.
Well,
That
they were
decision-
appealed.
I'm sorry?
That decision was appealed.
I appealed that, correct, on a number of issues, and the board and the court remanded it from the start and
Well, they
directed the zoning hearing board to recommence the proceedings and to start the matter all over again.
And those are all issues for the zoning hearing board.
Again, they are
Not for
issues,
us.
but I wanted to just make sure that the Planning Commission understood that that's what happened. The other thing I wanted to make sure that the Planning Commission understands is if you listen very carefully to Bernadette's presentation to you, and she was asked this question a number of times as to what changes. And it's very relevant under your ordinance to determine what is actually changing. She told you at least 3 times that whatever that use is, call it refueling station, call it service station, call it gas station, is not changing. What's changing is the repair facility into a convenience store. Now, why is that relevant? It's relevant because if you look at the ordinance, if you look at the change in use in the non-conforming section of the ordinance, which is 182-802D2, okay? I want to talk about a number of things, but I want to talk about this one issue. It says, whenever a use district shall be hereinafter changed, and keep that hereinafter word in your mind, any existing non-conforming use in such changed district may be continued or changed to another non-conforming use of the, and here's what everybody misses, of the same classification. She told you 3 times that what was changing was the auto repair facility into a convenience store. And I would defy her to explain how that change is of the same classification. It's not. It's a convenience store. It is not an auto repair facility. It is not anything related to automobiles. It is not the same classification. So from the beginning, she misses the point, and her client misses the point, that this section really does not apply. But there are other reasons why it does not apply. And it goes to the date of the passage of the ordinance. In 1974, the ordinance was changed. What was C2 in 1974? It may have been the same as it is today. Exactly the same as it is today. Well, therefore, a use district has not hereinafter been changed. It's exactly the same. So if there's no hereinafter change in the C2 zoning district, this section simply does not apply. And she is not entitled to a special exception. And this entire proceeding is really a nullity because she is not entitled to a special exception. And the law is that before it's kind of, you want me to wait? Should I wait? Okay. I knew the solicitor was here for a reason. But anyway, good job, John. Anyway, this section simply does not apply. The law says, and it's sort of a weird interpretation of the law, but the law says in order to get yourself a special exception, you first have to establish that you're entitled to a special exception under the language of the ordinance. And then you can go into the special exception that you're asking for. And then there's a burden shifting where the opponents then have the right to come in and say, well, wait a minute, you're not entitled to that. In this situation, she's not entitled to a special exception. Why? Because there has been no hereinafter change to the 1974 ordinance use district language. That's what's critical here. It says, whenever a use district, not a use district shall be hereinafter changed. Hasn't happened. So from the beginning, she is not entitled to ask for a special exception. And she's asking for a change of use of an auto repair facility into a convenience store. She told you that 3 times. She said, oh, the pumps are staying the same. I'm pumping gas. It doesn't matter whether you call it gas refueling or gas fueling or whatever you call it. She told you that's not changing. So what's changing? What's changing is the repair facility. And her testimony before the zoning hearing board has already been there. We're taking the repair facility out. I won't even go into the variance issue. I agree with Mr. Walco. We're not here for the variance discussion. That may be for another time. But if we're here to determine whether she's entitled to a special exception, I respectfully suggest that she is not. And therefore, this event is really a nullity.
We're only here to decide if we should recommend.
I know, I understand
something
that
to
the
the
planning
zoning hearing
commission
board.
is only, and I want to make a comment about that. I respect your belief that the recommendation goes to the zoning hearing board, but I respectfully disagree. This recommendation, as all recommendations of the planning commission, goes to the Board of Commissioners to determine if the Board of Commissioners wishes to approve or oppose or stay neutral on an application. That's why this provision is in here. That's what you as a planning commission are charged to do. You're not charged to make recommendations to the zoning hearing board. Nobody makes recommendations to the zoning hearing board. You are charged with the responsibility of making recommendations to the legislative body who passed this ordinance as to whether or not you agree as a recommendation only, because you have no legislative power, but as a recommendation whether you agree that this application is appropriate. That goes to the legislative body, not to the zoning hearing board, which is an independent body. It doesn't say anything in here that the recommendation goes to the zoning hearing board. So you need to follow what the normal procedure is. I've been doing this for 50 years. I've never seen a planning commission make a recommendation to a zoning hearing board. They make recommendations to the legislative body, which is the Board of Commissioners. And then they make a determination as to what they want their position to be. Now, we all know that the legislative body, Board of Commissioners, Board of Supervisors, Borough Council, whatever it is always a party to a zoning hearing board. But they get to be a party based on the input of information as to what position they intend to take. Part of that analysis is the Planning Commission recommendation. In every municipality, that's how it works. So I respectfully disagree with your comment with respect to that.
Are you done? I'm sorry.
Well, I probably could talk for 3 more hours, but I'll ask a question.
2 questions, actually. You said that they're changing the building that houses the service bays.
No, I'm not saying they're not changing the building. They're changing the use of the building. In that building, correct.
Aren't they changing a non-conforming use?
No. I believe, I understand where you're, I'm sorry, I interrupted your question, but finish the question.
I was going
I'm
to say,
sorry.
aren't they changing a non-conforming use to a conforming use by making it a convenience store?
No, and the reason why they're not is because you look at the language of the C2 ordinance. Everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, I've heard often enough before the zoning hearing board by witnesses and from Bernadette and from others that, well, convenience store is a permitted use in the C2 district. That's true, except for one thing. There's a condition. And the condition in the C2 district is that you may have any one of the following permitted uses. She told you there are 2 uses. Now, she's asking for a variance for that, but to stand here and say that convenience stores are a permitted use in the C2 district is disingenuous. Because if it standalone, and I think you asked the question, if that entire building were now going to be used as a convenience store, yes. The answer to that question is C2 allows a convenience store as a permitted use. But that's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance says any one of the following uses, one of which is a convenience store. None of which, by the way, is a gasoline service station, refueling station, fueling station, whatever it is. None of those uses are permitted uses. I don't believe that this use is even a her existing use is even a non-conforming use. I don't believe that it is. She didn't. She's not old enough to get that. But the prior owner of this property in 1960 got a special exception, which everybody acknowledges is a permitted use. Then in 1974, the ordinance changed with respect to this and C2. Since that time, there's been no change. So there's been her use is not non-conforming. It remains a permitted use under the special exception that she got, again, I say she, but her client got in 1960, and which existed up until the moment that the gavel was banged on the table passing the 1974 amendment. It didn't change the use into a non-conforming use. It was a permitted use. It was permitted under the prior ordinance.
Mr. Yanoff,
It's a difference.
So I'm hearing Ms. Kearney saying, I'm filing this out of abundance of caution because Mr. Yanoff is saying, I'm going to need to get a special exception in order
No,
to
I never
have it.
said
So
that.
are you saying that she does not need to be here? This board does not need to make a decision on this tonight? Is that your position?
John, I'm glad you asked me that question because I said nothing about this a special exception. In fact, I was caught short when I got a copy of the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance, to the zoning application, which is where the special exception request came up for the first time. Nobody up until Bernadette's letter requesting an amendment to the zoning officer, nobody said, by the way, I think we should have as an alternative a special exception or whatever way, or in addition. I never suggested it because, quite frankly, I don't believe she's entitled to a special exception. I don't think she...
But not entitled to it, but doesn't need it.
I don't think...
Under this code. It's
How do I
one thing if
answer
it's
that?
necessary.
The answer to that question is she asked for it, but she's not entitled to it. Okay?
But you don't believe she needs
I don't even think...
special exception.
I'm not going to make a determination of what she thinks she needs. I don't think... I mean, her zoning application is for a variance. Her original zoning application is for a variance. I don't believe...
I'm presuming she's saying, hey, I don't want this to come back on appeal, that I didn't go for the special exception approval that was required. And that's why she's here today out of her abundance of caution. But
I don't believe she requires a special exception. I think not only does she not require it, she's not entitled to it. It's really a mix.
But
it's really a mix.
That's for the zoning hearing board, I think.
well-
But I don't want to cut you off. I do want to cut you off.
I know you want to cut me off.
But because we do have to come to...
I really...
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In order to wrap my head around this, because there's
Good
a
luck.
lot of nuance, what is the harm in a recommendation that a special exception be granted?
The harm is that there's a burden shifting under a special exception. If there's a recommendation for a special exception, there's a presumption that the use is permitted. And if you qualify for a special exception and you meet whatever conditions there are in the ordinance for a special exception, the burden automatically shifts to the opponents of that to show that it's contrary to the health, safety, and welfare, as opposed to a variance which says the applicant has to prove its case under the 5-part test. The special exception flips that burden of proof, and the case law is clear as a bell on this.
So if I understand you correctly, you're essentially saying to recommend the exception is to undermine the variance process.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Is to undermine the variance process.
Well, I think
Is that
that's a
what
step that I think that's what it may be an unintended consequence of the filing of that of a special exception application, because it takes away what it does is it then gives the zoning hearing board to say, okay, it's a special exception. She doesn't have to prove her variance. She doesn't have to prove the hardship because she's entitled to it as a special exception. Now, she may still have to prove dimensional variances. She hasn't gotten over that hurdle yet. But one of her major variance requests is 2 uses on the same property. I'm not letting go of my leash on that one, okay? Because that's a
But
fatal
that's what
flaw.
she says she's asking for. She's asking for the variance for 2 uses.
Well, she has to be able to prove that.
Absolutely.
She has to be able to
Before the
prove that as a
zoning hearing
variance,
board.
but I don't want the zoning hearing board to say,
No, I
well, wait a
understand.
minute, she has a special exception, so we don't have to go into the variance language for that. Okay? That's the problem that I have here. I think I've made my point pretty clear. The ordinance does not lend itself to a special exception. I think your recommendation goes to the Board of Commissioners and not to the zoning hearing board. What she does with the special exception request is part of her case. I can't comment with respect to that, and I don't intend to. But if you look at the specific language that she's referencing in D2, in no way does she qualify for a special exception, for at least 3 reasons.
And you've also said you don't feel she needs to ask for a special exception. And also, I think that was your answer to our solicitor.
Again,
And you're not telling her what she should do. You're not
Exactly. I'm
practicing
not
law for
suggesting
her,
whether
but
she should
you're
continue
reading the
with that.
statute and saying, I don't see how that is needed. Now, regardless of whether we say, yeah, we think it's a good idea or we don't, the decision still has to be made by the zoning hearing board to grant or deny the variance for sure. That's their jurisdiction. And the special exception. That's their jurisdiction.
Within their
not
jurisdiction.
ours.
Right. I agree with you. You do not have the power to approve or not approve the zoning relief requested. Your power vests in the recommendation that you make to the legislative body. And then the legislative body has to make a decision about what it intends to do. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Unless somebody else has another question, I'll go home. I'm going to go home.
Thank you for the information. So the Planning Commission has heard arguments on behalf of the applicant, from their attorney, from the Brentford neighbors or Brentford Association, or from their attorney. None of us are attorneys, so we won't have to rely on what our,
I'm an attorney, Lou's an attorney.
well, yeah, all right.
But we're not here as
We're not here as attorneys. So I'd like to hear what our solicitor, what advice you have for the Planning Commission.
And is that something that we need to go into a attorney-client?
I don't believe
session?
so. I think I can state what I think our position, or make a recommendation of what I think it would be. First, please also keep in mind that you may remember that this is actually a provision based upon code changes that you've recently reviewed is actually being removed from the zoning code. And there's a hearing to have that done, I believe, scheduled in December. So this provision actually isn't going to be in the code come 2025.
Doesn't help us now.
What's that?
Doesn't help us now.
Doesn't help you now, but just for way of background to address the confusion. And I would agree with Mr. Yanoff that obviously a recommendation would be, as the Planning Commission, it would just go to the Board of Commissioners related to the requested relief for the special exception. You have a request from the applicant who believes, based upon the language of this code that is confusing, that at an abundance of caution, she would like to obtain a recommendation from the Planning Commission for her positions. My understanding, she is saying that I have a existing non-conforming use as a service station, and it is being changed to another nonconforming use as the vehicle refueling station. And therefore, I'm hoping that you would recommend that there is not a problem changing that use under this provision. Obviously, Mr. Yanoff is saying she's not entitled to a special exception because of the code not changing after 1974, and stating it doesn't really apply. I would still recommend that the Planning Commission issue a recommendation related to just the special exception change. It could be caveated based upon if this is needed, this is what it would be. And I think that would be the purpose that would fulfill what Ms. Kearney is looking for, to cover her bases, yet still not addressing the issue as to whether the special exception even applies, which would be something for the zoning hearing board to do.
Mr. Walker, if we recommend it, we're saying it applies.
I think you have an applicant asking you to make a recommendation on what she is asking for you. I don't, again, the zoning hearing board's not going to be bound by any recommendation that you would be making, again, not to the zoning hearing board, but to the Board of Commissioners.
She's preserved her record on that point. That doesn't make it incumbent on us to do anything one way or the other.
I think her concern is that if this provision was deemed to be needed and needed to apply, you would not have made the review and recommendation that the code would have required if it was determined to be applicable in the future.
May I say something, John?
Absolutely.
It's up to the
Please.
chairman.
Yeah,
May I say something?
please.
I think the problem that I have with your statement is the use of the word recommendation. And my comment would be that.
That's the word of the code.
I hear you.
Right.
I hear you. My comment would be that if the Planning Commission were so inclined, then the reference would be that that they make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners that the matter be heard by the zoning hearing board, but they don't take a position on whether or not she's entitled to a special exception.
I don't believe that would be an issue. If that's
I mean,
what this board would like to do. Again, I believe in Ms. Kearney saying, I just want to make sure that I fulfill what this code is saying, and she's fulfilled the review requirement, and the recommendation requirement. It doesn't say a positive recommendation, or it just makes a recommendation.
Mr. Walker, would it be reasonable in this particular circumstance, because I'm not sure that, because of the nuance of this situation, would it make sense to have each individual Planning Commission member provide a statement and use that as a recommendation? Or should we pursue with our normal motion and second and not unanimous vote, but a vote until we can achieve a consensus?
I'm certainly not going to try to control how the Planning Commission wants to discuss this publicly, individually, but I think ultimately, if this was to apply, it would need to be your standard, the commission, a decision of the commission or recommendation of the commission. Okay. Whether that recommendation is, we don't think we need to make a recommendation. But again, I will defer to Ms. Kearney as to what she feels is needed.
But before you respond, just so we're clear, Mr. Yano suggested an approach that would keep us neutral, but that's our recommendation, is you've decided, but we're not approving or disapproving. You've made your case, and we think it should go to the zoning hearing board. Is that something you thought was an acceptable approach? I think that's what, maybe I shouldn't restate it.
I see that as complying with the provision of this code. That's not going to be here in a month anyways.
Okay.
But Ms. Kearney,
Did I get it right, Mr. Yanoff, is what you suggested?
what we're all trying to avoid is this coming back before you 2 years from now on an appeal.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Are you okay with that?
cross the Ts, dot the Is. Yes, if the recommendation was the zoning hearing board should make the decision, it's a legal argument. It's a very legal argument. I get it. And so.
And then you've preserved your record. You've made your case.
I'll make my case at the zoning hearing board, and I understand if the planning commission recommends, yes, this should be heard by the zoning hearing board. It's a
And then
very legal argument.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay
Good.
with that.
Okay.
Should we check there's no other public comment?
Yeah, absolutely. But
I see some waving.
no, there is.
We see you back there.
So there's an opportunity for everybody to be heard, but it is getting late. So if there are other comments from the people who are here, and we do have another matter to get to, but please, if anybody would like to come up and comment, there is an opportunity for public comment. Wait, you have to tell us your name and your address and...
Doreen Sarr, 748 Rugby Road.
All right, can you say that into the microphone?
Doreen Sarr, 748 Rugby Road. And there were a lot of neighbors here. And if this is in fact not merely semantics, but a matter of, and as I think Mr. Capuzzi pointed out, of looking at the situation on the ground here, it's really a very different matter. So if this were simple, if we were to look at the fact of this gas station being there, we would not approve it because according to the code, gas stations should be 32,000 square feet. This is 17,000 square feet. It does not conform in a variety of ways to the requirements for in C4 for this. The minimum distance between any buildings, including accessory uses, and any residential district shall be 50 feet. The property is less than 20 feet from a residential building on West. The minimum distance between gasoline pump islands, including compressed air connections and similar equipment and facilities, and any street line shall be 40 feet. There's about 10 feet from the pumps to the sidewalk. All pumps shall be 20 feet from the right-of-way. The plan shows pumps on the legal right-of-way. So this would not be something that would be approved for a special exception today because of the amount of variance from the kinds of things that we, in our plans for what good planning is in the township, want. It is also on an incredibly, it's on an incredibly dangerous corner. And one of my neighbors will talk about this. This would not be the place that you would place anything with lots of entrances and exits. There have been 250 recorded accidents, and we have this from the township, from the police. There are many, many unrecorded accidents in this, unreported on the gas station itself. We have, the neighbors can testify to this, and even our commissioner, Laura Cavender, has mentioned to me that she had an accident in the gas station. So this would not be a good planning idea if we were starting ab initio. Now, this is in aid of putting a convenience store, which under the code requires another 4,000 square feet. Okay, we won't talk about all the other things that it needs. But so you're taking a property that is half the size of what you require for a gas station, and then you're saying, I'm going to put another use on top of that that's 4,000 square feet. So if any of you have used this gas station, you know that internal circulation, you know that it is impossible to walk, that it's a danger to pedestrians. I use that crosswalk. People come out of the gas station at all sorts of horrific angles. And we've had testimony before the zoning hearing board about the problems with this. So it's dangerous. Other neighbors will testify to the fact that the gas station people have not been good stewards of the land. I think there have been gas leaks. There have not been contractual, they have not lived up to their contract, including the fact that the things, I have the original special exception, and the things that on the special exception they're supposed to have done, including things like putting in plantings and shrubs and all sorts of, and having no ingress or egress on West, which in fact they do, which is one of the problems.
Ms. Sarr, I don't want to cut you off, but that's history, and we're here.
Okay.
We've discussed
So I
how it's a
think-
non-conforming use now, and
Okay, it's a non-conform, but I'm saying if you're looking to give a special exception, you would not give this on the merits of this case. Further, and as I looked at the code, the gas station, gas stations, the service bays are considered an accessory use and not a separate use. So that the idea that this in fact is two uses and that you're substituting a use that's allowed for something that is there is fallacious.
But well, I don't want to argue it, but the applicant is, Bernadette, has said, we're asking for a variance to have two uses because we know we can only have one use on this property in C2 zoning.
Yes.
So.
Okay, but I'm saying that the special exception should not be treated purely as a matter of semantics. And that the semantics of this, since the vehicle refueling station is only allowed on our code under C5, highway commercial, shopping center commercial, this really is not a shopping center. So that if you can, I think you should keep the designation of gas station. That's what it is, that's what it has been. And I think that you should remain at least neutral. And I would like, from the point of view of the neighbors, I'd like to hear what Mr. Capuzzi has raised for the issues around this. So thank you for your time. Is there any questions that, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the folks who are here tonight? Yes, come up and to the mic, please.
Hello. I'm Diane, Diane Durant-Law, and I live at 738, Rugby Road. And I think at this point, here it is 9:30, I do want to make some comments. I'll keep them very brief. I appreciate you Planning Commission members wanting to hear from the neighbors. I think that what I want to say is more to the issue of planning, and I think what has been argued up to this point is more in the realm of semantics and whether this special exception is something which is to be determined by this body. But I will just briefly tell you that as a neighbor, I think it's important in terms of looking at this as a planning body that there are issues here that I think are kind of incumbent on the township to address. And that is the safety and well-being of those who live and travel through this area of 700 Haverford Road, the gas station. I want to at least provide to you a couple of photos that perhaps will I live on Rugby, which is one end of a curve in Haverford Road. I call the other end of the curve there where the gas station exists and where the entrances and exits of that gas station, Buck Lane, West, all converge. On our street, Rugby, as you can see, the township has determined that there is no left turn at the beginning of this curve. What you're seeing is ahead of you, Bryn Mawr Village Nursing Home, and then around the curve is, almost at the end of this picture, is the gas station. If one is traveling on Haverford Road towards the gas station, you cannot turn left onto Rugby Road. It's considered too dangerous because of the curve and because of the speed of traffic along Haverford. It's a 4-lane road, and in order to make a left turn onto Rugby, someone would be crossing 2 lanes of traffic, essentially, to get into our street. Likewise, in another photo that I won't even hand out, you can't turn into, or excuse me, you can't turn onto Haverford Road in another direction during certain hours. So just as the township has determined that it's dangerous to turn onto our street, the beginning of the curve, I don't understand why the township hasn't yet determined how dangerous it is for anyone traveling out of the gas station to cross 2 lanes of traffic and go west or north onto Haverford Road. It is dangerous. There is nothing short of saying it's chaotic to be in that gas station and to travel out and into that gas station, being that it's a 4-lane road. Cars are traveling at high speeds, and the visibility is very poor. So at the very least, there should be some kind of method to the madness there as to how to get in and out of this gas station safely. Add to that the fact that there are pedestrians crossing Haverford Road at Buck in order to travel either across and up Buck towards Coopertown School and other areas there. There are pedestrians, kids walking. There are people who are traveling across Haverford Road there at Buck in order to head to the commuter train, or the high-speed rail, I should say, not commuter train. And if you were to look at an overhead shot, you would see that there is a crosswalk that's not signaled. It doesn't have any flashing lights, nothing other than a painted crosswalk across Haverford right now. And it's kind of a crosswalk that goes to nowhere, because once you cross to the gas station side, the gas station has absorbed any sidewalk that may have existed there at one time. So it's kind of a crosswalk that leads to nothing. You know, you're there at an island once you cross. So I just think that it's really important from a planning perspective that there's attention paid to how dangerous this intersection is, and any effort to add more traffic in and out is just going to exacerbate that. So I think there should be some method, and I would hope that the Planning Commission would have a role in this, in looking at the fact that this has already been designated as one of the most dangerous intersections in the township. And in fact, PennDOT is looking at a road diet for future pursuit to see whether there are ways to calm the traffic and address the fact that there are 4 lanes there right now, and the chaos that goes on in terms of getting in and out of the gas station is something that's just so dangerous for the residents and for people driving through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go, I have a little homework for you to do. Look up section 182-1004 in the zoning ordinance, okay? And what that is, they are the standards that the zoning board has to consider for determining whether or not variances and special exceptions have to be accepted. And there's about 10 different criteria that they have to look at. And basically, all those criteria have to be addressed by the applicant in their presentation to the zoning board for these variances and for these special exceptions. And they have to testify that they can comply with all those criteria, many of which talk about the things that you talked about. So if you get a chance, it's only one page long, but if you get a chance, check out that section. You'll see exactly what the applicant should be talking about to the zoning board, and the zoning board should be considering these issues, specifically the safety issues and access and things like that.
I can't remember the quote you've given me, but someone will have jotted it
You want
down.
to write
I
it down?
think.
Here.
Great.
And there it is. Right.
I also just want to make sure I can clarify your comment. You were asking that the township be more involved in regulating the ingress and egress out of these curb cuts and onto the roadway, because Haverford Road is a state road, and therefore the state is responsible for managing ingress and egress in the event that they are modified. So currently, the egress points exist as they are, and the proposal, as far as I understand, we're just talking about the use here, so we're not talking about the site planning. I think the points you raise are certainly very valid, and I don't, want to take away from anything from that. But just for point of clarification, the ingress and egress would be managed by the state, since it is a state road.
Are you saying that the township has no responsibility for the safety that occurs at that intersection?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the state owns the roadway, so restrictions for turning movements are regulated by the state.
Okay. It seems to me, I'm sorry to argue the point, but it seems to me that the township has a responsibility for the safety of its citizens, and even if it means that the township then would say to the state, this is unacceptable, and that might lead to something.
I think the avenue you need to take is to talk to your commissioners about what mechanism there is to lobby PennDOT, because there's no, again, they call the shots, and it's a question of influencing their decisions as opposed to any ability the municipal unit has to override it.
Thank you.
I'll make this very quick. My name's Jake Swan. I live at 522 Oakley Road. I'm also the president of the Brentford Civic Association. And so I wanted to just comment on some of the neighborhood's general concerns about this project. On the screen. So the neighborhood's concerns mostly, I would say everyone shares a couple concerns. One is the intensification of the commercialization of this stretch of Haverford Road, which this addition of the convenience store would represent. And I just want to, there seems to be a misconception at the township that this section of Haverford Road is commercial, and it's not. There are actually only 5 properties that front Haverford Road that are zoned commercially in that one block that's trapped by West Avenue. The rest of the 75 other properties, the vast majority are residential, and there are some office uses and some institutional uses. Going to page 2, there are 4 non-conforming uses along this stretch of Haverford Road in the neighborhood of Brentford. There are 2 auto repair shops. There's this gas station with the auto repair shop, or what used to be the auto repair shop. And there is the ESF camps building, which used to be a Masonic Lodge and now is an office. Everything else is in conformity with the prevailing zoning, which is predominantly residential and a little bit of office use. Going to the next slide, even in this little pocket of C2 zoned properties, there are 10 properties that are zoned C2. Only a handful of them are actually used for commercial purposes. 4 of them are used as offices. 5 of them are actually residences. And you only have the nail bar and the gas station, which are commercial. The other main concern, going on to the next slide, is that, as Diane was saying, this area of Haverford Road is incredibly dangerous. You have a blind curve that you come around as you're heading southeast from Bryn Mawr. You have a blind approach to the intersection at the 5-point intersection at Buck Lane, Haverford Road, and West Avenue as you come over the Buck Lane Bridge. You have very poor markings of crosswalks, and there are no sidewalks. The signaling for pedestrians is very bad. There's the beginning of there's a designated township bike route which starts there. And you have the pedestrian access to the Haverford station of the Norristown high-speed line. There's just a lot going on, and it's very poorly thought through. The fact that this stretch of Haverford Road, on the next slide, the fact that this stretch of Haverford Road is particularly dangerous is no secret. As Diane mentioned, PennDOT has identified the Haverford Road corridor as one of the most dangerous in the Commonwealth, so dangerous that it is eligible for federal funding by the Highway Safety Improvement Program. This intersection at Buck Lane, Haverford Road, and West Avenue is the third most dangerous along this whole stretch. I think one of them has 22 accidents in the period they study, another has 17, and this has 16. In addition, a study done recently by CH Planning as part of the Safe Streets for All study identified different hotspots for accidents that have fatalities or serious injury. And again, this little intersection is one of the hotspots in the township. Lastly, as I'm not sure who it was, Doreen maybe mentioned, a right-to-know request submitted to Haverford Township recently turned up about 295 pages of accident reports over the last 10 years, just right in the area of the gas station. The difficult thing about this gas station, as has been mentioned, is it is very small. There's no way to maneuver. There's no plan for flow of traffic through the gas station, in and out of the gas station. It is just complete chaos. People pull in from both sides. It causes people to have to back out of the pumps. They often back out onto West Avenue, sometimes even to Haverford Road. When cars exit the gas station onto to the southeast, they have to cross over West Avenue, and then they generally block Buck Lane in both directions, waiting for the light to change so they can make a right onto Haverford Road or go up Buck. As I think Doreen mentioned, the pumps are on the right-of-way, the limit of the right-of-way. This means that the pumps are so close to the sidewalks that in order to maneuver around the pumps, the sidewalks have actually become part of the road in the gas station. There's no way that pedestrians can move around that property safely at all. Based on the applicant's traffic study, the addition of a convenience store will add anywhere from 50 to 100 trips into and out of the property at peak hours. This will make the existing problems even worse. So as part of the redevelopment of this site, can the applicant be compelled to develop a plan for the safe movement of cars into, around, and out of the property? Can the Planning Commission somehow voice their opinion in this matter? Looking at the next slide, which shows how one exits the gas station at peak hours, this is from the PennDOT study. You can see that at peak hours, you have traffic that is backed up for several hundred yards, both in front of the gas station on Haverford Road and on Buck Lane at the light. So any cars trying to get in or out of the gas station at these times cause major problems. Lastly, as both Doreen and Diane mentioned, for pedestrians, this intersection is a disaster. You can see this is the last slide, you can see that the sidewalks, I think Diane was talking about the sidewalk on the northwest corner of the intersection. That sidewalk leads right into the, there's no sidewalk on the other. If you're crossing from the, what was the Haverford Market over to the gas station, you're just vying for space with the cars. There is no sidewalk, there are no barriers, there are no buffers, there's nothing. If you're trying to cross on the southeast corner from Buck Lane, there's no sidewalk at all. There's a crosswalk, but it just leads to a hill in the neighbor's yard. There's nowhere to even stand. In addition, the most dangerous thing generally is crossing West Avenue and Buck Lane, because you have cars making left from Buck into the gas station, pulling out of the gas station, trying to make a right on Haverford Road, and they are not paying attention to pedestrians, they're only paying attention to other vehicles. So in any case, along with the redevelopment of this site, can someone compel the applicant to create some sort of functional pedestrian infrastructure, at least on the gas station property itself? If not, crosswalks, as Ms. Dobbs said, that's the state's job across West Avenue and Buck Lane. I think that could be addressed as well. The last thing I want to mention is that in the comprehensive plan, both the 1988 comprehensive plan, all of the new drafts of the comprehensive plan that is currently under consideration, that I've seen at least, there is no talk of increasing the commercialization of the Haverford Road corridor in this area. And this, with an additional 50 to 100 cars every hour at peak hours, this seems to be a massive increase in the commercialization of this corridor. And it seems completely inappropriate, and it seems like the township should be able to take some steps to stop this from happening. This is the description of the Langford from the 19th. All got residential, all Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none. Is there, Angela, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a recommendation, and a lot of this has to do with my opinion based upon the testimony that I've heard from the attorneys and from the neighbors. But basically, this recommendation is for the Board of Commissioners. And it's our recommendation that the provisions of Section 182-802D2 do not apply to this application because the use district applicable to this property has not been changed since the property became non-conforming.
Is there a second?
Second.
John, can you repeat?
Is our recommendation that the provisions of Section 182-802D2 do not apply to this application because the use district applicable to this property has not been changed since the property became non-conforming.
Do we take a vote then? Steve, you for or against?
You can have discussion.
Do you want, is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I see what Angela is saying. It's probably worth noting that the, what's her name again? Ms. Bernadette came here basically trying to satisfy all the criteria that she had to. But I think I agree with Angela's interpretation. district hasn't changed, it doesn't necessarily have to come here
I
to
guess
get a recommendation.
You could include something.
I guess I just don't, I haven't seen evidence to suggest if the use district has changed or not. And I don't believe that I'm not comfortable making a motion that's making some sort of legal determination on the interpretation of the zoning code. So I would not be in favor of recommending that particular motion, just because I don't feel comfortable making a motion where we're providing that specific interpretation. But me personally, I don't feel comfortable with that interpretation.
And do you have an alternative, what you just said?
Well, we're discussing this motion right now.
Would you offer an amendment to my,
Well, we haven't heard from the rest of the board.
Any other comments?
I share Ms. Dobbs' concerns. I would rather see something that addresses the exception and makes clear that we're not passing on whether that's the correct legal interpretation, and that we're simply passing on it because, as been stated on the record, there was mention made of it in the zoning hearing meeting, and it would make sense for, if that in fact is correct, for them not to have to come back here again. So I don't remember the language, but the township attorney used some language earlier that made a lot of sense to me, but I don't remember what it was.
I think the idea was that they preserve their objection.
Would be that the recommendation is to defer decision on the applicability of the special exception to the zoning hearing board.
Because, ultimately, I think that the heart of the matter, the concerns that we have, that the community has about the impact of traffic and pedestrian safety and vehicular safety and just the site planning and all of those things, that's addressed in the discussion of the variances. So we've been kind of having this very heady legal argument tonight. So I would be more comfortable just deferring all of that, because the zoning hearing board and the lawyers do get out at the zoning hearing board hearing. And I don't think that I don't want to sit here and interpret the zoning code in that manner. So I would be, yes, interested in making a motion that would, yes.
how about if I were to qualify it by saying what I said, subject to the final determination and interpretation by the zoning hearing board?
That's fine. I personally still won't vote for that recommendation, but I'm one of 7.
What if we made a recommendation that this be heard by the zoning hearing board without providing input as to whether we think it's a good idea, bad idea, whether we recommend approval or not, because that's not what we do.
Yeah, so that's essentially what Mr. Walco had suggested.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying. He's saying we're not approving or disapproving. We're just sending it back to the zoning hearing board.
Yeah, our recommendation could be that this is best decided by the zoning hearing board. I think a lot of the things that were brought up here would be brought up in front of the zoning hearing board, not necessarily decided on here. So our recommendation could be that it goes back to the zoning hearing board.
Just procedurally, I would call that a motion to send it back to the zoning hearing board as opposed to a recommendation. But that's words. It's the same concept.
Well, do we want to vote on the motion then? Angelo, are you officially amending your motion?
What's that?
Are you officially amending your motion?
Yeah, I'll change it. And I'll take the word recommendation out and change it to opinion. It is our opinion that provisions of section 182-802D2 do not apply to this application because the use district applicable to this property has not changed since the property became non-conforming subject to the final determination and interpretation by the zoning hearing board.
Rob, you had seconded originally, right? Do you second the amendment? Okay.
I'll third.
Sorry?
Yes, yeah,
You vote?
I'll probably gonna vote no. I just like it to be clean. Getting late.
All right, we have a comment on the motion that's pending.
Restate the motion, please.
Angela, could you restate the motion?
It is our opinion that the provisions of section 182-802D2 do not apply to this application because the use district applicable to this property has not changed since the property became non-conforming, subject to the final determination and interpretation by the zoning hearing board.
I will not vote yes for that because I will not express an opinion on that.
Since we're still discussing it, do you have, you would prefer not to have an opinion on that particular provision, but I don't know.
At this point, I don't think we should be looking for consensus. You should be looking for whatever your majority vote is because I have a lot of concerns in every direction.
Okay, keep going. Next.
Nay, because I don't want to make a recommendation about interpretation.
Angela, I assume well, how do you vote?
I'll vote yes.
I'm going to go with no and say that I think the zoning hearing board should determine whether the special exception applies.
We've got 1, 2, 3 now.
3 and 3.
1, 2, 3 in favor, and I'm going to stay out for now. Is there another motion then that expresses that view?
That's the official vote, 3 and 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's a consensus.
And you're abstaining.
Yes.
So it's a 3A, 3 nay, 1 abstention.
So it doesn't pass.
So it doesn't pass.
If I may say, I think there is a consensus that somebody want to try it? That I get the sense that nobody wants to make a recommendation. I'm sorry, Julia, go ahead. But they want to refer it back to the zoning hearing board without a legal decision on our part. I think that was the objection, Angela, to your motion, that it made that determination. Is that your motion? Could you restate it, please?
Okay. I make a motion that the special exception goes back. The zoning hearing board will determine if the special exception applies.
And we're not making a recommendation. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Julia, can you please restate your motion? I think so, yes, because this is a recommendation essentially to the Board of Commissioners, so the wording seems more directed to the zoning hearing board.
It is our recommendation that the zoning here, is our recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
Our recommendation is to the Board of Commissioners.
Our recommendation to the Board of Commissioners is that the zoning hearing board will determine if special exception section 182-802 D2 will be determined by the zoning board.
I'll second that.
Oh, you're right. Is there any further discussion of that motion? Hearing none. Steve, I'm sorry. Lou, did you have a comment?
Please repeat that one more time. Loudly.
Did you write it?
It is, I didn't write it down.
Good, okay.
It is our recommendation to the Board of Commissioners that the zoning board will determine if special exception, section 182-802D2 applies.
Well, I don't want to play lawyer, but we can't tell the zoning board what to do. We can say to the commissioners that we believe that this should be addressed by or resolved by.
How would you?
Mr. Walko, can you help us with some wording here, please?
I believe following that recommendation, it would be a motion of a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners as stated, that the issue of whether this particular section be determined by the zoning hearing board.
Is that okay? That's my understanding of what Julia had said. But if that's
Yeah.
Okay.
is that
I heard it differently, but
okay?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Well, I second that motion. Is there further discussion?
Well, it's a motion and it's for discussion by the board. But
The motion essentially is the Planning Commission is recommending to the Board of Commissioners that it shall be up to the zoning hearing board to determine if this special exception applies, because we're being asked to just provide recommendation on the special exception. But we've been hearing lots of conflicting information about if it applies, if it doesn't apply, if it's semantics, if it's more substantial. And we're not the appropriate, I don't feel like we're the appropriate body to be making that legal interpretation.
And to amplify that a little bit more, normally we have a plain English situation where we're just looking at one provision in their words and we have common, they have common accepted meanings. And here there are a lot of different pieces to the puzzle. So it raises questions as to what is the correct legal interpretation of all that taken together. And that's, I think, beyond the realm of what we do.
Steve, are you in favor?
I'm in favor.
Lou?
Aye.
Maggie?
Aye.
Angela?
Aye.
Abstain. It's a unanimous vote of the voters.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you both for your presentation. We have another item on the agenda, and two items. Thank you. Where's my agenda? Oh, here it is. The next item on the agenda is 780, 788 College Avenue, preliminary final land development. This is at 780, 788 College. The applicant is seeking associated parking, lot improvements and stormwater management, along with construction of a building addition in an R2 zoning district. Please tell us your name,
Thank you.
address, your title, your company.
Thank you.
This one, why you're here.
Perfect. My name is Bob Lynn, L-I-N-N. I'm an architect. I'm the principal of Lynn Architects. I know some of you, not all of you. I've had the honor of that position for 42 years. We're down in media, so we're kind of local to you guys. I'm also 29 years in another Providence Township Planning Commission, so I feel your pain tonight on some of the proceedings. I'm a senior member there, and I'm the zoning officer in Upper Providence Township, Delaware County, so I see a lot of different roles, wearing a lot of different hats. We're representing, and we have with us tonight, we have the Rabbi Eli, spelled E-L-I, pronounced Eli Gerovitz, who is the person running the Chabad house directly across from Haverford College. He's been there since 2010, living in the house and running the program. He and his wife Bloomy and their children live in the house currently. Part of what's happening currently is they're going to be moving out of the house and allowing the house to simply become they call it the Jewish Center for Enrichment, supporting the students at Haverford College as well as Swarthmore College, also buses up there, and Bryn Mawr too. We appeared in front of the zoning hearing board on this case because in the R2 zoning district, it is a special exception to have a religious institution of any capacity. And the reason, though, we passed out some packages. It's awfully hard sometimes for a planning commission to come up to speed when there's been proceedings prior to this that were zoning in nature. And when I communicated with the township, both with legal and with the engineering entity through Bridget and through the township planner, I found it was very helpful to come up to speed with some of the pieces of the puzzle before it got to you. For example, when we looked at some of the review comments, there were questions about the zoning and the special exceptions. So your little package there is simply my attempt, if you will, to color in a few of the pieces that might be missing this evening that might help you. So I'm probably going to only be, and I know the hour is late, I'm going to try to do this in 15 minutes. I know Mr. Burns waiting with his crew for another presentation, so I'll do my best without shortchanging the process. And Stephen's part of our civil engineering department. He's here tonight as part of the process to understand why this is not a career for him. So anyhow, 780 College Avenue has a lot that's 18,400 square feet. Let me put this up. And again, the building has existed on sure. Yes. In fact, in your packet, there's actually a decision. I put a little index on that package to make it easier for you to follow, and they're in the order of the index, although they're not numbered. And the third piece of paper in that packet would be the decision, which was June 7th, 2024, granting the request for a special exception. It's on the Raphael and Pupio letterhead? You don't have one? It's okay. This was a relatively recent decision. Ernie Angelos, as you know, is a solicitor for the zoning hearing board, and he authored this decision the morning after the hearing. And it was a decision, it was unanimous, by the way, to grant the special exception with 5 conditions. And the conditions aren't anything unusual. I could put them on the record tonight, or you could read them, whatever your choice is. Would you like me to go through those conditions? Okay, I got a nod on the conditions were the premises be developed in accordance with the applicant's exhibits and notes of testimony for the hearing held on June 6th, Stormwater must be properly managed in accordance with the township's ordinance so as not to adversely affect neighboring properties. The applicant agrees not to use or lease the premises for student housing. The applicant agrees not to erect any outdoor event tents on the premise. There was a tent during the COVID era, so that's what the comment was relative. And the project must be completed within 1 year of the date of the written decision. So that was the decision of the zoning hearing board in June. And you did not interrupt my flow, because that's an important point. We're here this evening only because we have been through the zoning hearing process and completed that process. I'm going to actually talk about everything else in that packet as I go through here quickly, if it's appropriate, or I could go through the packet now if you'd rather. Preferences on that? Why don't I just do the documents in the packet? Let's cover it. Okay. Well, first is my attempt to give you an index. Mine's out of order now. The second one is the email I referred to, which I thought was important. And I found there were questions also over at the county planning department, what the application was. Michael Ventry runs it over there and his colleague. So I provided it for them, and I realized that the township didn't know as well. So I just emailed everybody with the same information. This is the email of Friday, November 1st, and the information in blue set the stage for why we are where we are relative to a land development application this evening. And I don't want to read the whole thing to you, but yes, correct. They're holding up the correct one. We talked about the fact that the application actually was taking a legally non-conforming impervious surface ratio of 47.7% and actually reducing it below the 40% allowed in the district. There were no dimensional variances required whatsoever at the zoning hearing. So dimensionally, we were compliant at the zoning hearing. There were no issues with site coverage. The parking ratios were dictated by a meeting that Bob Scott, the attorney who was working with us, and myself had with your prior zoning officer. As you know, we're on zoning officer 4 in 18 months, so I'm kind of keep track of where they are. But your prior officer, who had been there a long time, met with us, and she concluded that we should base our parking based upon the sanctuary, because in the zoning code it discusses 1 parking space for every 3 seats in the sanctuary. Part of this development has a 30-seat sanctuary, so we based our parking on 10 seats and 10 parking spaces. Now, this site has always had almost 10 parking spaces, but they're in a very bad configuration because around the front of the cul-de-sac, they actually pull in one way and go out the other direction. As a result, cars end up backing out onto College Avenue, which is disastrous, and you can't see. So what I tried to do is I tried to create a parking field on the right side of the building, which simply has the 10 requisite spaces with a appropriate 24-foot wide drive aisle. And that way everybody can enter the thing forward and they can leave back onto College Avenue in a reverse direction. So most of the student, yes, reverse back on the other driveway. I should clarify that. They're going forward. So we don't really have much of a change in volume, if you will. We'll get into a couple comments in the engineer's letter in a moment. One of the comments was, alignment and some other things, which we can certainly talk about. And I see he's nodding his head up and down. The students, for the most part, do not drive here. They are not allowed to drive on the Sabbath. So this is a walking crowd. One of the other really, really important documents, I thought, in the little package is the 5th document, which is a Haverford College letter. And Haverford College said in their letter of April 29th this year to the commissioners, very short and sweet, and it's in your package, on behalf of Haverford College, and this is coming from Jesse Little, the Vice President and Chief of Staff, I write to support the application of the Rohr Center for Jewish Life Chabad House because it will better enable the center to host programming of high value to members of the Bi College community. I affirm the college's intention to continue to make available overflow parking on our campus for weekend and after-hour events the Rohr Center holds at 780 College Avenue in service to our shared community. Because parking on our campus requires pedestrians to cross College Avenue, the college also strongly advocates for continued attention to traffic calming and pedestrian safety measures along a stretch of roadway. So that was a letter which was important because on the rare event that the 10 spaces or even 5 spaces don't support the needs, directly across the street's a major 780-car parking lot that never is full. So I was really happy to find a letter. Rarely can I get a letter like this, but it was authored. And it also not only offered the parking, but also supported what they have done here at this location the last 14 years. So I thought that was an appropriate letter. And I am bouncing around, but I'm just trying to set the stage for good dialogue. The other things in our packet, other than the zoning letter, there is a comprehensive plan map of land use in the township code, and this is the recent one of 2018. And I put a, I'm on
Are you
the
referring to the 1988 comprehensive plan?
2018 comprehensive plan, is the one I'm looking at here. In your code, the map from 2018, 2018, it says?
It's a draft comp plan, but
I don't think they had drafts in 2018.
that's the date of it.
Ah,
Yeah, I was only pointing out that where it shows land use for this particular site, it actually shows a little institutional coloration on the site in question. So I simply wanted to look at what the comprehensive plan recognized as being the land use for this particular property.
I just want to clarify. I understand what this is and that it was based on a map created showing generalized existing land use as of 2018, but there is the only actual comprehensive plan in place is the 1988 comprehensive plan. The current plan is in draft or is in consideration.
Yeah.
But this is fine. I mean, this is helpful.
I wasn't trying to misrepresent what I was simply trying to better understand the site. I mean, I'm actually working on the comprehensive plan in another Providence Township right now, and we've been at it for a year.
Come to
And
ours.
We're 20 years old too, so we're in the same situation. We're way behind the recommendation of the state and the MPC and everything else on comp plan. So
These things don't happen overnight.
No, they don't, and sometimes change isn't that quick either. I only included a copy of design standards for certain districts used by special exception because when you have a project that falls under the special exception constraints, there are additional design standards, including enhanced buffering and a lot of changes. And I simply gave you a quick little highlighted version because we followed all the requirements for the enhanced dimensional issues when I have a special exception request. And in the next piece back, we'll get to this in a moment. One of the questions would be landscaping and trees. The Shade Tree Commission visited the site. They met with the rabbi. They made some recommendations. We modified our plan to accept their recommendations. A Raider Tree, who's a very quality 90-person tree service, has been maintaining this property for the last 10 years. He walked the site with everybody. And the final note I have back, at least it says from Jim Stevens on November 7th recently, is thanks, Paul, and he's one of my staff members. This revision meets the criteria that we have set. I need to send it around to the committee members for a quick approval vote. Then I will write the formal letter. So I simply wanted you to know we've been working with the Shade Tree Commission to show them what we had and get their blessing, if you will, on our proposed landscape and tree plan. And finally, the last picture is simply a picture of College Avenue directly in front of the site. The black mailbox you see on the left is the driveway, one of the two driveways. The circular driveway that you can't see on the photo is just off the page behind us. So you can see the black circular driveway and the little wrought iron fence behind it. And the vegetated buffer on College Avenue. One of the things I really wanted to do was not be staring back at a parking field or a parking lot directly down a driveway. So I honored the existing driveway, and it is a state highway. I honored the existing driveway and I brought the traffic in off that driveway. So now you're looking at vegetation and a state type of fence, which is going to remain, and then the parking's hidden behind it. So I tried to mask that parking lot, if you will, that it wasn't necessarily front and center. That's everything in my package. If I could, and I'll take the lead of the Planning Commission and the engineer, I'd just like to walk for a second through the engineering review letter, which was authored on, well, it came from Ms. Jalosian to me on November 14th. And it looks like the letter was October 30th, 2024 from Pannoni. Okay. Did you get a copy of this summary of comments in your packages? It's a little, okay. I try to always reduce these meetings, these proceedings to something simpler. So if it's something we will comply with, I've categorized it as a will comply. If it's something I think needs some further discussion this evening, I've also categorized it as that particular comment. So there are a total of 27 comments in the Pannoni review letter, 11 of which I think we can talk about briefly, and 16 of which are will complies. That's a quick summary. Starting and breaking it down, you'll see I did the zoning, the saldo, the stormwater, and the general comments. So quickly going through this, the first comment talked about the zoning hearing board requirement under 182-204B1 to obtain a special exception. And again, I've indicated we have obtained that special exception through the board. The second discussed the number
Bob,
of...
excuse me, would you
Yes.
make sure a copy of the zoning decision finds its way onto the total plan?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Including the conditions, Angela. I'll make sure they get on there. Yep. In fact, we've actually already edited the plan to have that on there, but you don't have that on the filing. We filed it before we had it.
I'm sorry, I don't think I have in the packet those Haverford Township comments. In this chunk here. I'm okay.
Okay, all right. The second one asked about parking, and again, I'm only saying that we actually went to the township, we went to the zoning officer, we went to Kelly, and Bob Scott and I asked how to handle parking, and she indicated the exact way to do it, and we complied with that methodology to do it. She also, at the same meeting, and I have some emails back and forth, the same meeting, she indicated that it was the discretion of the township whether we needed a designated loading space per se. And she said, we do not need a designated loading space on this site. So we took that. She also made a lot of really good suggestions on modifying the plan, and we took all those under advisement and also did those as part of our final application. But I didn't want to walk in without some kind of a steering, if you will, on how I should handle parking. So we based it upon her interpretation. We also put on significant testimony at the zoning hearing about the parking, exactly what I'm sharing this evening, how we did it, and the fact that we had plenty of parking and the fact that we had plenty of parking across the street if we didn't. The third comment is the existing driveway appears to exceed the maximum 25-foot width permitted in the front yard. I can work with Pannoni, but I've designed a 24-foot wide dual direction driveway feeding back into the parking field, but I can certainly sidebar and discuss it. But I think what we've shown, and we dimensioned it as well, should be compliant with the 24-foot width.
But Bob?
Yes.
We're not talking about the new driveway, we're talking about the existing driveway.
The existing driveway, I believe, is under 24 as well. In fact, it's even narrower than that.
Well, the aggregate is not.
You mean that the entrance one and the exit one?
Because it's a circular driveway.
Yeah.
They measure that radius or circumference, whatever you want to call it, but it's only in the front yard. If it's behind the front yard setback, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so I have alternatives, I guess, but I'm thinking what we've done for the flow really makes a lot of sense. I'm open for ideas on that. Again, we tried to maintain those two driveways right where they were because they are existing.
I did have a question about the driveway. So the driveway that's to the north of the structure?
Yeah, just take these.
South of the structure?
East west.
This one.
Yes. Okay, so that'd be on the westerly side of the structure, which has always run to the rear of the building on the left side.
So if you're going to be providing parking in this new parking lot area, do you still have the need for that driveway that's for the folks in the audience, it's to the left of the building as you're looking at it from the street?
Yeah.
So it's still shown as being remaining There used to be a shed in the back, but it doesn't show up. Was that a comment? The shed needs to be listed as to be removed.
We are removing the shed.
Okay. I would just, that would need to be indicated as to be removed on the.
Sure.
On your existing conditions plan. And then it looks like then a portion of that parking area that's part of the driveway now is going to be covered over with the building addition. But what's the value in retaining then the driveway, the existing driveway to the left of the structure, if it doesn't go anywhere, you can't really turn around in that area. What's the value in keeping it, or what's your intent on utilizing it if you are to keep it?
Well, I visualize it. It's more of a fire access, frankly, to get back there. Plus the ability, there is a kitchen in the addition, small kitchen. I visualize it as a possibility of at least loading something back there if somebody wanted to. If the planning commission is really adverse to that driveway remaining, I can remove it, but that doesn't solve my problem with my two driveways as interpreted, being more than 24 feet, because I don't want to lose that ability to come in one way and circulate back out the other way, because it really will work well. Nor do I want to widen the one that's already there. So I'm open for ideas.
Yeah, because I see the conundrum here, because at the top of your curve here, the width of that ends up being almost the entire width of the frontage of the lot. So if you take the curve all the way to the left, it's like 75% of the lot. And I recognize it's being hidden behind trees, but that is a large portion of the frontage that would be occupied by the driveway.
Well, if I look at my one on the left, let's call left and right side, we won't do east and west. I look at the exit one on the left, it's 10 feet wide. I look at the one on the right coming in, the mouth of that one's about 12 feet wide. Two of them together.
No, not taking the egress drives, but if you go back to where your front yard setback is, and you measure the full width of the area of the driveway that's within that front yard setback.
Measure along the front yard setback, the width of the driveway.
Here, help me out where I'm measuring.
Where's the front yard setback? Right here?
Yeah, right.
All right, measure the width of your driveway along that line.
That's not the width, that's the radius running around.
And our interpretation is that's the width of the driveway. It's to discourage circular driveways if you want to get to the chase.
I mean, the intent of this here is so that your entire front yard isn't wholly occupied by a paved driveway surface, essentially.
But you don't really see it because it's back where the tree line is.
Doesn't matter if you see it or not, the fact that it's there is in violation of the code.
How about if it's legally non-conforming, pre-existing?
Well, you're increasing the width of it by adding the new drive aisle.
That's the right part.
Right? Do you see what we're saying?
I guess I'm trying to apply some common sense to it. It seems like it functions and it seems like it works and it's there and it's been working as it has all this time.
Right.
So you're suggesting that the application in front of you sunsets that existing driveway in some capacity?
Well, because if the driveway is existing non-conforming, then the fact that you're expanding it, you lose the non-conforming status and you're increasing the non-conformity of it because you're increasing the width of the lot that's occupied by the driveway.
Why are you expanding the driveway?
Why
are you expanding the width of the driveway?
I'm not. The circular driveway remains exactly as it was. I'm simply putting a right-hand turn to get to the rear parking lot off that driveway. I'm not really expanding the width. The circular driveway continues around. I'll draw it in a little more color. Let me have a
No. I thought you said he's expanding it.
It's because this width.
We're doing this.
Mhm.
Right now, the width is
So.
here to here.
Mhm.
Width is from here to here.
That's what he's proposing? or
This
that's-
is existing.
Yeah,
This is the inclusive of this whole parking area is proposed.
right.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
If it exceeds 25 feet in, across in front of the building setback line, yes.
You measuring here?
Yes,
Really?
yes. It's not blind.
Yeah, so then the
Yes.
measurement then
Right.
now extends all the way.
So on that, what you just drew for us is existing.
Correct.
Okay, so, and it's not conforming.
That's existing. What I was doing off that existing, I'm feeding a new one, 20 feet back.
Right.
Parking. But it works not.
And the purpose of the new parking lot is to,
Because now I have the ability to
That's the
park cars
issue.
legitimately. Spaces, accessible space with building, parking lot.
and because of the change in use of the building, you want to have more parking to accommodate people who come there.
Right now, that the same number of cars is parking all the way around. So, why don't we skip off that one for a second? I'll come back to it. We'll see if everybody's tired and beat up by then and agrees it's okay, but it's, I think the engineers see what I was trying to do. This name, I'm not sure I agree with that being.
But I
I
have
work
to-
for you, you don't work for me, so. I'm in your court hearing.
So can we do that, if he agrees? Can't wait.
We'll come back. We'll come back. The rest of this should be easy. Because I got no fuel, no coffee coming. All right. If I could, the lighting is a will comply, and we have shown lighting on our plan, and we will make sure that the township engineer is satisfied with our lighting, our cutoffs, our lumens, our foot candle levels at ground level, and the fact that it is all cutoff lighting. So we went to the perimeter and we did the shoe boxes down so I don't have backlight. The house immediately to the right of this, by the way, is owned by the college, and they had no objection to this application. The house to the left came out and actually spoke in support of this application, so both neighbors came out, and the rabbi interfaced with a lot of neighbors, and nobody was a protestant during the hearing and they all got the notices. Except the Brinchester did come out and say they wanted to have a right of standing, and the solicitor ruled they didn't have standing in the case, so.
What's Brinchester?
Brentford, I said
Yeah,
Brinchester.
but I don't think Brentford opposed it.
They came to the hearing, but they did not participate at the hearing. Quickly in DeSaldo, comments, there are 4 will comply, 5 discussions. We did do the mailers. And we got all but one back, we got one no good address, but we got 10 out of 11 back. So I guess this
That would be under review for the township.
Give them to the township engineer. Yes. Check all those out, Chuck. I want to know, make sure the addresses are right and all that stuff. Okay?
Signed and,
The next one is, we're going to have to ask for a waiver, which isn't listed because we did not document storm sanitary and water lines 400 feet off the site. We simply didn't because we weren't working off the site. So we would be asking when you hopefully make a positive motion for recommendation with conditions that a waiver for 160.4E5E4 also be listed as endorsed by the Planning Commission. We will comply with the right-of-way along College Avenue. We now have it. Comment number 10, we will show the site distances up and down the roadway, which are decent, it's fortunately relatively flat. There's a bush that needs to be trimmed, but we'll show that. That's a will comply. Number 11, we're here for curbs and sidewalks again tonight. It sounds like another hearing, and the hearing behind me has curbs and sidewalks too, by the way, so it's a very popular theme this evening. We're going to ask, and if you look at the photographs in the back of your package, you'll see why I don't want to do curbs and sidewalks. It is a PennDOT road. It's heavily vegetated. There are no sidewalks in sight as far as the eye can see any direction. There's nobody walking along there, so I'm going to ask for at least a waiver consideration for both of those constraints under Saldo. So that would be 165B4A and 165B4C. We obviously will have a sewage planning module or an exemption. We will comply. Next comment's about the Township Shade Tree Commission. And again, they not only walked the site, but appear to be endorsing it with their November 7th letter in your packages from the email response of Jim Stevens. And 15 is a similar comment about tree removal as well. Moving into stormwater management, again, we did reduce impervious. And by the way, we said 38.5%. We added a little piece of sidewalk. We're at 39.6%, but we're still below 40%. So we took a non-conformity of 47.7% and managed to bring it into conformity. Details for outlet structures, we will comply. Groundwater recharge calcs, we will certainly comply, as well as water quality calculation. We've actually finished them. They are complete. I have not given them to the engineer, but I will certainly give them to him for his review and comment. Obviously, we have to protect the infiltration areas, otherwise you get compaction, you don't get groundwater recharge as you're supposed to. Spoken like an architect, not an engineer, but I think that was the correct language. So we usually propose to put orange snow fence around those areas so you don't drive over them randomly. We also try to protect the drip edge of the trees when it's something close where we're developing it, because you will crush the roots and the drip edge if you're not careful. And of course, all utilities will be, if there's something missing, we think they're all on there already, but we will make sure they're on the plan. So up to 22, I'm complying. We have no problem. We had a 3,500 PSI concrete specified under 233750 is the township number. I think with 6% air entrainment as well, it should be, right? Or 7% air entrainment for sidewalk, okay? Curb details, we will clarify it is an 8-inch reveal. We do not have the correct signature block on the plan. It does not say Board of Commissioners. We'll make sure we pick a housekeeping comment up there. And we acknowledge that we need, obviously, a grading, drainage, soil erosion, and sediment control permit once this thing moves forward. My question on 27 on the BMP maintenance agreement is that authored on a standard township form, or is there a form the applicant provides?
It's a standard township.
Okay, does the township actually provide that for signature, or?
Yeah, I believe it's back, actually in the end of chapter 78, but the township does have it here.
Okay.
It wouldn't be the exact form that's in
Okay.
the ordinance, but the township planner does have a form that she uses.
And
we'll provide.
Thank you. And they'll identify the fee for the contribution to the stormwater? Okay, fine. That was the only reason I left it on as a comment. So we'll comply, but I just wanted to get some clarity on the procedural matters of that. Having skipped over the driveway, I tried to cover the review topics the best I could. And I wasn't trying to gloss past them, but I mean, I think we're basically very close. We did ask for a recommendation, a waiver of preliminary and final as separate components. That's up to the Planning Commission, whether they endorse that or don't endorse that. We'd like to see that happen so I can continue to move it forward. Again, I have 1 year from the date of the zoning decision to move this forward without rewatering the decision. We'd like to get this planning process completed and everybody happy and get a developer's agreement working and an escrow established and move into actual plans and get a permit extracted within that 1 year time. But I'm simply telling you why we asked to consolidate.
When does that clock start to run? What's the date?
It started back in June of this year. Yeah, that was when we got the zoning decision.
You can ask for an extension on that, Bob. They're running short.
Thank you, Angela.
They'll grant that usually.
Okay.
If you're making a
concerted
honest
effort,
effort there to get the thing done.
Just one thing I'm not clear about is this is 2 properties.
Yes, this will need to be it is a reverse subdivision. We have a land surveyor that'll have to be recorded as a new unified deed because we can't obviously build a building across 2 lots, although they are, in the same ownership. So we have to eliminate the lot line between them. Yes, and when we're finished, this property, by the way, is up to 41,400 square feet, just under the 43,560 for an acre. It's 0.95 acres of land.
Just sort of a basic question. So the construction will be on the two properties?
Yes, sir.
And where's the parking lot? Is that on two properties?
No, it's on one property.
On the original property?
Yeah, the lot, I'll show you the lot line.
No, not necessary.
Well, it's very close to the house. In fact, the house is
The non-conforming as to the setbacks? And does have you actually decreased the impervious
Yes.
cover, or your percentage has gotten better because you added the second property?
A combination of both. Combination of both. I mean, with one unified property, I've managed to bring the thing into compliance. And again, we did a concept image on the right-hand side. The house, existing house on the left, it's a very large three-story house, and the addition to the right, and with, again, it's got an accessible ramp, which there's no real accessibility into it right now. All the things we're trying to do, it's still going to serve exactly the same functions it's been serving all these years for the college. So we're simply trying to get it off his dining room table and living room table and make it a legitimate space where students can come.
It's a gathering place for students? It's not going to be a place for services? Or
It is.
It's always been a place for services?
It is and will continue to be a place for services. Correct.
And the students from Swarthmore, probably even Bryn Mawr, maybe will have to drive.
Yeah, mostly Bryn Mawr. The rabbi corrected me correctly there. So. The blue bus.
So are the residential uses then being eliminated from the structure entirely?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it going to be offices as well, or like study rooms, meeting rooms, service? All of the above?
All the above. All the above. I mean, there'll be one office for somebody who's running the show there. There won't be anybody living there except the rabbi and his wife may live there on a Saturday night when they're doing services, and then just stay overnight there with the existing bedrooms where they already have them, because they also don't drive at that moment. So the idea is it's just trying to take what's been happening on the mixture of the house and the function of the Chabad house have just not worked well, as the students have really liked this place. It's really grown into a legitimate entity, and they're just trying to clean it up and endorse it. And that was one of Kelly's suggestions also. She said, Bob, this would be a lot cleaner if you didn't have the residents still there. So it got the rabbi and his wife thinking, my gosh, we're not going to have people sitting on our dining room table. And it began to become a dialogue, and they're in the process of looking for an alternative place to live.
And so all of the zoning hearing board then addressed all of the use
Yes.
Questions. Okay. And then you were explaining the parking. So given the special exception that essentially is transitioning the use from a residential use into an institutional use, the parking standards were set based on the
seating in the sanctuary.
Churches and meeting places. Was there other use, like parking uses, that were being discussed? I'm just curious how this was determined to be the applicable parking standards, because I think the biggest hurdle that I see in this land development plan is meeting the zoning standards for parking, because you have this existing circular parking, and then we're adding this very commercial kind of parking stub out. And I fully understand that you're putting it behind the vegetation, and so from a visual perspective, but from a design perspective, it counts and it matters. So I'm just curious, if you don't really expect to be using that parking, if there's any wiggle room in that discussion, or if that, and I haven't looked at the parking standards, and the internet is now down because it is far too late for us to be here. So
I apologize for keeping you here this late. I really do.
No, it's not you.
Well,
Thank you for waiting.
Well, we again, I set third and fourth on many an agenda. Trust me, we actually cut our planning commission meeting off at 10 o'clock. We said, that's it. We're all too tired and cranky and sleepy. Come back next time. So I'm glad you didn't cut me off. Thank you. We actually have that policy in place. We cut off at 10 o'clock in another province. Anyhow, so I went to the zoning officer of the town and asked for her ruling on how to judge parking, and her specific ruling on that, which then I cleared with the next zoning officer in an email, because you change zoning officers, and you have Mr. Mount now, who's an architect, by the way, as your third zoning officer, actually your fourth. I went to her, and she said to me, this is how I want to see parking done on this site. I want to see you have enough for the seating in the sanctuary, because when the sanctuary is in service, nothing else is happening. And when everything else is happening, there's not a service going on. So it's kind of like you're either or in this building. So she ruled, and I never argued with the zoning officer, that that would be how I would treat it. She also ruled that we didn't need a loading space specifically. So I just followed that guidance. And we didn't just randomly do it. We actually, Bob Scott and I sat down with her and asked for that interpretation. And then I later sent a note to the next zoning officer, which was, I got him here in a minute. Here we go.
We had Gary.
Gary, yeah, it was Gary Smith. And I sent an email to Gary, Bob Scott and I did, saying, here's what the ruling we got before. Please let us know if it's any different. So we actually put that in writing to the zoning officer, and he's, no problem.
Okay.
And he came to the actual hearing.
Okay.
So I really tried to do that one by the book. Okay. So how do I solve my driveway?
Maybe that's for another.
Isn't that measurement an interpretive thing across the length? That's the length of the driveway, not the width. I'm going around, following the length, and then I'm coming back out to the width. Isn't theirs a legal nonconformity? I turned to the solicitor for help, hoping he's nodding his head up and down. I'm not getting any help from him. What's that? I can bring it over.
Say it's a 25-foot width permitted within the front yard. So it's not about linear, it's about the horizontal width. And it's, again, to prevent the frontage, like the width of the frontage being fully occupied by a driveway, which within the front yard, which is defined, you've measured it, that does, because you have the existing circular driveway, and then now the extension, the driveway extension into the parking lot area, that adds to your width of the driveway because it's within that front yard setback. So that's where you're coming across.
But since I listened to the arguments about the legal standing of special exceptions and who had jurisdiction on what ad nauseum a few minutes ago, are we certain that that dimensional thing running across, now the car isn't driving across the driveway, it's flowing around the driveway. So isn't that direction the car, I'm saying like a lawyer, isn't that direction that the car is driving really not the width but the length of the driveway as I follow around the curve?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's width, it's dimensional.
This is not going to be finalized tonight, correct? And you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Can we then table the rest of the discussion so we can get the views of our solicitor and
Yes.
look into this further?
Absolutely.
And you can think about it some more and
Well, if
clarify that issue.
If I can provide a slight recommendation, so where did I put my notes? So in my township, we make recommendations on everything, even if it's to recommend, not to recommend it. Just for clarity, so that there is in fact a kind of step process to follow. That's fine, I remember it. But generally, the recommendation would be that this plan is not yet ready for recommendation. I think that there were some salient points regarding the driveway configuration. The modification of the plans to include the zoning hearing board decision. And was there anything else you had mentioned, Angela?
That's the only thing I mentioned.
That was the only one. So a revision of the plan, we would want to see those items addressed to have a cleaner review letter. Oh, here it is.
I have no objection.
Oh, and provision of an updated waiver request letter with the new waivers that you'll be adding.
I would also put those on the plan directly, yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I could certainly do that. I have no problem with that.
You said there are no deadlines at this moment.
There are
but
we're trying to do this in the spring.
no, I don't mean practical deadlines. I mean legal ones. And I just want.
No, we have no legal deadlines.
If there are any, you waive them.
You're within your
If there are
time.
any deadlines, you waive
If
them.
there are no deadlines, on the record, I will waive any deadlines that would occur, but you're well within your MPC 90-day time clock on having the elected officials render a decision.
Thank you.
Okay? And
When's the 90 days run, do you know?
I don't know, but I won't let a deemed approval happen. And that's all on the record also.
Okay, thank you.
I've never had a deemed approval in my 45 years of practice. And yes, I am that old.
Last question for me is, did the zoning board, and is the intention that this be limited to the students? That the admission be limited to students, or it's an open
No,
house for
Could I
worship?
Do you mind if I just, because could I
Please.
address
Speaks
some
better
of
for himself than I
the
speak.
points that I think were mentioned about the parking and the
Please.
usage? So, because a lot of this was actually discussed at the zoning board. Do you want me to say my name for the record?
Name, address, and
Name is
your role.
L-E-E-L-I, last name Gurevitz, G-U-R-E-V-I-T-Z.
I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Eli. And right now I'm at 780 College Avenue, Haverford, PA. So I'm currently living in the space, hoping to be able to move out and create the space for students. So what was discussed at the zoning was 2 points. Downstairs is going to be a dining room in the addition, and almost exclusively used by students who almost never drive. I mean, there's students, they're right across the street, there's parking across the street, there's shuttle buses. It doesn't even make sense for them to drive. And we don't anticipate on Friday, and they mostly come on Friday nights and during the week as well. They were there Tuesday night, they'll be there tomorrow night. You could drive by. Very rarely do they drive. I mean, there might be, 1 out of 30 that comes with a car. The upstairs there will be a service area, and that's what we base the parking on. That's where some of the people, they're not supposed to drive according to the Jewish law. Some of them do drive, but again, it's a very small crowd. 30 is in some ways wishful, but we do want to grow. And we also discussed that the zoning, but it could be during the high holidays, there will be larger crowds, but that's 3 days a year or 2 days a year. So that's kind of the rationale of having 10 spaces, which is per the sanctuary space. And yes, there is a large dining room which handles more than, the capacity is larger than 30, and that was discussed. And the zoning board went back and forth, and they did understand that, and I think accept that with students being a different part of different constituents, it made sense not to increase the parking. And one of the things is that the neighbors really don't want a large parking lot. Some of them didn't even want 10 spots. So, we're trying to strike that balance of being good neighbors, not disrupting the neighborhood vibe and beauty, and still keeping things safe. That was the goal. And that's why I was really hoping that, I understand the existing circular might be non-conforming, I'm sorry, that's not the right legal term, but it actually makes sense. It would keep this, we could just crush the driveway and have a big 24-foot opening, and neighbors will be upset. It will definitely disrupt the look that was probably there for 100 years. So I'm hoping that when we come back, you could see this as, it might be non-conforming, but it's keeping as much as we can to the current style of the neighborhood. It makes sense safety-wise, where you go in one way, you go out the other way, without necessitating a PennDOT review of coming in from another curb cut. So that's what we were hoping for.
Can I suggest that I sidebar after this meeting with the zoning officer, solicitor, and the engineer? I don't mean sidebar directly, I mean have dialogue and see if I can get an interpretation, do an illustration on that driveway. And if it turns out that the driveway does not work under the ordinance as defined, and I'm still not convinced I'm measuring it the right way, then I either have to remove it or have to go to a zoning hearing board and ask for a variance. Because it's under zoning, it's not under SALDO. So I could do all those things, but I'm at least going to have some dialogue back and forth and, talk to Jonathan Mount, talk to the engineer and the solicitor, and I'll copy everybody at the same time, maybe do a little illustration. And if it's ruled it's not acceptable, then we work one of two directions to make it acceptable. Either remove it, which I think is a mistake for a couple reasons, or we go back and we ask the zoning hearing board for a variance, for an interpretation, or a variance to allow it to exist where it has.
I know it's getting late. I want to say one more point, since I live on this block since 2010, regarding sidewalks. If any of you have been to College Avenue, on the right side, on the side of the college, there is continuous sidewalk, except in one area from the end of this driveway to the end of the college driveway. And what does make sense is that on that side of the street, they should have a sidewalk, because there is continuous sidewalk except for a little tiny spot. In our case, just pop up a sidewalk where it goes to nowhere would actually probably decrease safety of pedestrians. So I just want to, just because it's not on this picture, but if you ever, it's actually something that, I mean, hope no one's listening, because my neighbors won't be happy, but it actually makes a lot of sense to have it on the other side. And I would, support that, obviously.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Chuck, do we have anything in our provisions that allow parking in reserve?
No,
Okay,
nothing in the provisions.
okay.
There's a lot of towns that work in have a parking reserve parking, that you show where you could do it, but you don't actually install it.
Right.
But,
And I live in the neighborhood, and my understanding at the Civic Association and conversations was you had people turning out, and pretty much we're all in favor of, the neighbors on College were all in favor of your
Correct.
use. I don't know what they said specifically about driveways.
I mean, we showed them the site plan exactly like this to all the neighbors. Many of them even submitted letters, and no one came to complain, which we were very proud of.
That was the understanding.
So, and that's in the record.
We'll see you again at our next appearance. And thank you for the time, for staying up late. Mr. Byrne is always long-winded, so don't let him go too long. And thank you for your comments. The engineering department, thanks for getting us the letters and working back and forth. So there you go. Have a great night.
Thank you.
On your way.
And there is one more item on our agenda. Thank you for waiting and being patient tonight. This is 950 Westchester Pike, Lanier Country Club, preliminary and final land development. The applicant is proposing the demolition and reconstruction of the swimming pool, construction of pool pavilion, construction of parking lot, and reconstruction of parking lots. The property is in an institutional district.
That's correct. May it please the board, my name is Jim Byrne. I'm a lawyer here in media, or in media, not here in media, but I've been before this board on other occasions, and I think actually last time I was here was on a sketch plan for this plan itself, where we were talking about what we were planning to do. I have the pleasure of representing, as you said, Lanark Country Club, and Lanark's been there for over 100 years, about 120 years, since 1901. I'm happy to tell you that since we're coming here tonight, we're not coming here telling you that there's going to be any different use of the property. We're going to continue the same exact use we have of the property with the same number of members. There's no membership drive going on. It just is after 124 years, a place needs to be freshened up, and that's what we're looking to do here. So we have a pool that is almost 70 years old. It's an old cement type pool with, where you have to dive in, and it's kind of difficult on older folks and younger kids to get into the pool, because the only way to get in is to jump in and then climb back out. What we're doing is going to replace that pool and put a pool in that's walk-in style, but basically the same dimension pool. It's a little different because the walk-in area stretches the pool out a little bit, but the swimming area and the where the meets and things take place will all be the same. The tennis courts aren't going to be touched. There's a snack bar with the pool, and that's what you have referred to as the pavilion. It's really just a snack bar that we're going to redo. We're going to relocate the putting green, which now is kind of in front of the clubhouse. If anybody has been there, it's kind of in front to the front and to the side a little bit of the clubhouse. So we're going to replace that, and we're going to refresh and extend the driving range a little bit. And while we're doing all that, we're going to we're going to redo the parking areas. And the parking areas, even though we don't expect any new members, we don't expect any there'll be new members that replace old members, but not an expansion of the number of members. The parking lot, we're going to gain 15 spots. So we went to the zoning hearing board. We had two variances that were granted, and they're noted in Mr. Faulkner's review letter. On this matter, and I should have done this earlier, but I have three witnesses with me tonight. They're going to be probably about 2.5 hours each. No, I'm kidding you.
We're here for the duration.
I have one witness who is Mr. Bannon, is an engineer from Nave Newell, to answer all the reply to the comment letter from Mr. Faulkner. And I think Mr. Bannon, Mr. Faulkner, and Bridget have talked a little bit since the letter has come out. The letter was dated October 31st. I also have with me tonight Mr. Giangiulio, who's the president of the club, as well as Mr. Wilkerson, who's the general manager of the club. So, but I think what I would do, it would make the most sense at this late hour, other than thanking you and shutting up myself, is put my witness up to answer what the issues are with the plan. Most of it is of a housekeeping type nature that we will clean up before we got to the Board of Commissioners. The one area that we do have a little bit of an issue with, and it's not really an issue because I think of the way that your code reads, if I read it correctly, is that the commissioners actually make a decision as to whether or not additional sidewalks are needed. There is a sidewalk mentioned in Mr. Faulkner's letter along Manoa Road, and our argument's going to be somewhat similar to what you just heard on the other application. Only we go a little bit further. If you combine the two applications you had with sidewalks tonight, we're kind of on the, we kind of incorporate both of those arguments. One being that the area that he had talked about was on Manoa Road, and if you drive by there and you see it, there's a pretty steep slope there along the road, which doesn't leave much room. We have photos of that tonight. Doesn't leave much room for a sidewalk. There's also a sidewalk on the other side of the street, the full length of the road from Westchester Pike all the way down to, I guess it's what, Eagle Road. There is sidewalk on the other side of the street. On Lanark's side of the street, next to us is the school district property, which is there's no sidewalk there. And in fact, there are trees that are planted there in nice boxes, which are big mature trees. So you really would have a sidewalk going to nowhere. And in addition to the slopes that we would have to disturb, probably need a retaining wall, as well as you would have to take out a number of trees along that road in order to fit the sidewalks, which are mature trees. And when we were at the zoning board, there was actually two people that came that were worried. They didn't want us to remove any of those trees. They said they don't want to be looking into the club. The way the club is now, it's pretty isolated. If you didn't know there was a golf club there, you would drive right by it, but because there are trees surrounding the whole golf club.
Have you been to the tree commission on these?
Have not yet. I thought I thought, especially given the letter that we have here, to see what the decision is with respect to the sidewalk, because it would be a whole different ballgame if we had to take out all those trees. I mean, we're going to add a lot of landscaping. We're going to, the whole purpose of this is to make the course nice. So you got to keep the course nice in order to keep the members coming to the club. I mean, you folks in Haverford are fortunate. You have some of the finest golf clubs in the country here. So, in order to keep the membership, you got to keep the place nice. So that's what we're hoping to do. And then without much more, since it's 5 after 11, I'm going to call Mr. Bannon to get up and talk to you a little bit about the letter, if that's okay. All right?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Jim? Thanks.
Okay, I do have another exhibit that kind of demonstrates what Mr. Byrne was just explaining about the sidewalk.
Mr. Bannon, we need you to give us a full introduction of your name and
Excuse me.
title
Oh, I'm sorry.
and the company.
Jim Bannon from Nave Newell. We are the civil engineers for the project.
Did you need his qualifications as well?
Okay. Again, we'll be quick here. So first up, this is just an aerial of the existing conditions of the site. And here's a color rendering of what we're proposing. So you can see it's essentially the same. The pool area is being improved, as was discussed. The putting green, which currently can be seen above the clubhouse, is being moved to the front of it. And we're doing one new parking area and improving another parking area. All these improvements result in a little increase in impervious, about 0.7 acres. So we have an underground stormwater system under the parking lot near the driving range to account for that. So to discuss the sidewalks and the waivers we'd like to request, Mr. Faulkner noted in his letter, township would request a sidewalk along approximate 1,000-foot frontage from Westchester Pike to the end of the property. And again, just to note, there is already pedestrian connectivity on the other side of Manoa Road. There's ADA ramps at Furlong and at Westchester Pike. And in the middle street, there's also streetlights on that side of the street, none on our side of the street. So just a couple photos of what we have. This is at the intersection of Furlong and Manoa, right near the school district's fields. You can see there's a receiving ramp here and a crosswalk over to the other side of Manoa, and the sidewalk stops there. So even if we did extend the sidewalk, it wouldn't have any connectivity to existing sidewalks. You can see in front of the school district field property, there are existing mature trees which would have to come down. And then this is just an example of what Manoa Road looks like on the golf course side. You can see there's a lot of elevation change, existing vegetation. This is pretty continuous through most of the length. There is one PennDOT culvert about midway through the property and a utility pole which would have to be relocated. Again, just want to emphasize there is an existing sidewalk on the other side. More examples of some mature trees that would have to come down if a sidewalk was to be installed. And then it gets really tricky as you get close to the intersection with Westchester Pike. Again, more trees, more grade change. We have a pipeline, which probably would not be an issue for a sidewalk. Then all the way at the corner, you can see it really tapers down here. In order to do a sidewalk, we need to remove the existing fence and the existing buffer there, which during the zoning meetings, neighbors were concerned about maintaining that buffer. So I know that's not something that we're looking to do. And again, this is the existing PennDOT ramp at Westchester Pike and Manoa. And the sidewalk does give pedestrian connectivity all the way down. I think that's all the highlights. One potential safety issue would be if we do install another sidewalk, you could be encouraging some mid-block crossings on a pretty heavily trafficked PennDOT road. I don't know that that's advisable. Where now there is pedestrian connectivity all the way along. Again, even along Lanark's frontage, it would not continue and it wouldn't connect to the existing sidewalk. So,
What kind of tree line is that there, Jim, along the?
I'm sorry, here?
Yes.
Where's here?
Where the arrow is?
Yeah, you know, I'm not exactly sure. Up at the corner, I know it's mainly arborvitae. The tree line you're talking about is kind of behind. It looks like it's definitely some evergreens behind this shrubbery.
But it's a dense, mature.
Yes, it is. And it does a very good job of screening the course from Manoa Road.
But can you go to the photos that show the the area between Westchester Pike and the entrance?
Sorry, shows the area between,
Westchester Pike and the property's entrance drive?
Along
no.
Westchester Pike.
There already is sidewalk, you mean along Westchester Pike?
Can you bring up the aerials again? So where's your, so you have an entrance on Westchester Pike, is that correct? And then on, is that Manoa there?
Yes, there's two entrances, one on Manoa and one on Westchester.
Can you circle, is it the Westchester Pike, is that to the right of the screen there?
This is the
That's
Westchester
it,
Pike
that's the
entrance,
Westchester Pike
yes.
entrance? Okay, so what does the verge look like between the entrance on Manoa and Westchester Pike?
There is existing sidewalk along the Westchester Pike frontage.
But nothing on Manoa? Is that, so that, if you were to continue like this way,
Turned around, there's,
there's
yes,
this, so that's a continuous sidewalk to the,
I
that
don't
goes
have
to
a
the
zoom
entrance.
in of that, but yeah, there is sidewalk along Westchester Pike.
But then if you were to go to this intersection and turn left down Manoa towards the other entrance, there's nothing on
Yes.
that side? Okay,
So instead of having to take out this existing screening, they would use the crosswalks. And during school hours, you get a crossing guard, and then they can make a left down Manoa.
gotcha, okay, thank you.
Where's the driving range? And where's the driving range and where is it?
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Where is the driving range and where is the addition to the driving range?
The driving range, Jim. Where's the driving range and?
I apologize.
What are we doing on the entrance?
It's such a long day, my hearing aids died, and I had to go get my
It's
backup
okay.
ones out of the car, so. So, existing,
Grass. That's the golf course is all down this way.
Oh, that's the go.
so on this existing area, the driving range is at the bottom of the plan here, and on proposed, so here's the teeing area existing, and proposed, it just gets moved back a little bit. Same general area, the driving range itself stays the same, but the teeing area goes into the parking lot a little bit, which is why we added parking spaces over here.
And as a result of adding parking spaces, we're going to have a net gain of 14 parking.
I believe it's 15, but yes.
15.
And the golf course is here. Is that below this?
Yes, you would be hitting balls off the bottom of the plan.
Basically in the same spot. If anybody has, I don't know if anybody plays golf, I think Uzi plays golf, but the driving range kind of goes down towards the 17th hole, and the 10th hole is beside it. So the driving range is completely surrounded by a golf course. You want to go through the other parts of the letter, Jim, or most of that we can comply with it, right?
As Mr. Byrne just mentioned, I called Panuni's office yesterday and we discussed it, and basically we will comply with everything. If there's any specific questions you'd like me to clarify, I can try.
In the interest of time, everything seemed mostly administrative, but there was the one comment about the steep slopes, if you could touch on that?
I'm sorry, that's
The steep slopes?
Steep slopes, Jim.
Steep slopes, yes. So, I apologize. It was noted on the zoning plan. We did not have it included in this. We will make sure that's added for the next submission. We do comply. We're disturbing about 3.5% of the steep slopes, where 15% is allowed, and 3.7 of the very steep slopes where 5% is allowed.
So we don't need any relief.
No, we do not.
I have a question about comment number 7. Talks about the sanitary sewer that runs along that little stream that runs through the golf course. I'm assuming that's a township sewer?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Is there an easement for that?
Sure. Yes, there is.
There is? The township has a documented 20-foot easement for that sewer?
I believe there's documentation that there is some level of an easement through there, yeah.
Okay, I think it's important we show that easement on the plans.
Whether we can find that documentation. is another story.
Was that? Yep.
Research on should be there. I think they're there. Let's approve it.
Should probably just put it on the plan as, a 20-foot easement centered on that pipe.
I just talked to Mr. Giangiulio and Mr. Wilkinson, and if there's not paperwork that's up to date on the easement, we would certainly grant it and include it on the plan.
Even just a note that says, there's a 20-foot easement centered around that pipe, just so the township has some record.
Right, we'll do that.
We have if you're done, is there any other comment from people who come tonight?
That would be all I have, unless you have any questions of anybody from the club or Mr. Madden or me.
I do have one public comment, which I could read now or wait.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I did have a technical question. The seepage bed that you're building, the seepage bed, looking at the footprint of that, is that size to meet the 5-to-1 loading ratio for the impervious? Okay.
You good? Comment?
Hi, my name is Bob Dignazio. I live at 606 Country Club Lane. I have a few questions I came into tonight with, but wanted to first address the sidewalk and just point out, as Country Club Lane's to the east of the property, and a lot of there's kids on the block, if they attend public school, they go to Manoa Elementary School. It's a walking space, so they don't get bused to the school. And I know a number of students who take that trip over to Manoa Elementary School, and I know as a father of 2 young children also walking to Manoa Elementary School on the weekends for the playground, having to cross that intersection is because there's no sidewalk on the Lanark Country Club side of the street is really tricky. Having to cross that major intersection with West Churchill Pike Manoa, walk down Manoa, and then have to cross again to get to the school. Anyone walking down Manoa in that area is going to the school or the playground. I think for neighbors, having the sidewalk on the opposite side, it's really tricky. I would say less safe than having it on the Lanark side. Also, I have 2 questions for the board. First is, on what date was the land development application filed?
Like October 3rd, I'm not sure, is that right? We filed it 3rd, 4th, 5th. I believe it was very beginning of October.
Okay. And what's the zoning classification for Lanark Country Club that's being applied to this review? Is it non-conforming or is it a permitted use? I know it's institutional district, but is it non-conforming or permitted?
Please.
Well, I'm asking but yeah.
So you're right, it's an institutional district. Golf course is permitted in an institutional. But it also has some non-conforming components to it, such as parking. As I mentioned earlier, with respect to the parking, it's always been satisfactory, and we have added 15 more spots with this. The zoning hearing board approved our parking.
Okay. But it's a permitted use. You're saying permitted use, non-conforming as to?
As to bulk area.
Yeah, and setbacks and stuff. Okay. We haven't heard from a landscaped architect. I'm wondering, was there a report from a landscape architect in the land application?
So the applicant does still need to go to the Shade Tree Commission?
We will do that, yes.
Do you have a date for that yet?
I don't have a date for that. I wanted to come here first to see what was going to happen with respect to sidewalks and how many, had it disturbed would be a whole different plan if we had a disturbed sidewalk area.
Right, okay. So to your,
Well, can I ask why I'm asking? I'm asking because I appeared at the zoning hearing board meeting and expressed concern about the variance to the buffer and new parking lot along Westchester Pike that's being placed within 150 feet of the ninth hole. And any landscaped architect or golf expert, at least published, it's sort of a rule of thumb, and I'm not a golf expert, but I've read that it's a rule of thumb that between 150 feet and 200 feet is the minimum distance from a target, either the middle of a fairway or a golf hole, and a property line. So I'm concerned about the potential for players overhitting the hole, and landing in what is now grass would land either against now a non-conforming, much thinner tree line. It's 30 feet now, it'll be 8 feet if this is allowed, and a parking lot, and balls hitting pavement and accelerating towards Westchester Pike. I have a strong concern. Along Country Club Lane, there's also a non-conforming buffer, and golf balls routinely enter Country Club Lane. It's actually now the subject of a continuing trespass lawsuit. So it's sort of...
And I know he's waited all night, as well. I don't cut him off, but these are not, this is an issue that has to do with the 18th hole, and he said a pending litigation.
Well, it's
with the neighbors over there. I mean, if I could finish. And with respect to the buffer zone, we went to the zoning hearing, litigated the issue at the zoning hearing. We got the relief for the buffer zone requirements from the zone.
And we have
I don't
since...
think that any of those issues are relevant to what we're here for.
Does the planning commission know that
It
there's
should also be noted that the township was then named in a related lawsuit and consolidated as well.
Yes.
related
We're trying to
the
make
zoning hearing board
our
or the other
neighborhood
matter?
safer from golf balls.
Related
This is the
to
crux of the matter.
His lawsuit.
We have a pending zoning appeal from the variance decision. I don't know if you're aware of this from a few months ago. We have appealed that, and it's pending. We were granted party status at the zoning hearing board meeting, and we've since appealed. So that's...
There's no stay, and we understand that. There's also a motion to strike because we believe that the standing requirements on appeal are different than standing requirements at the zoning hearing board. And the zoning hearing board found that themselves, the solicitor noted that in the record. So that's what I'm saying. These issues are all collateral to what we're here for tonight.
That's something you're litigating in the courts. That issue is being litigated
The
on your
continuing
appeal.
trespass along Country Club Lane we're not litigating. There's an appeal in the Court of Common Pleas related to the variance that was granted by the zoning hearing board, but that's not part of the litigation, although, yeah, that's not part of the continuing trespass litigation regarding golf balls along Country Club Lane.
There's an appeal with no stay.
But my concern is that golf balls, so cutting down trees within 150 feet of the ninth hole along Westchester Pike and replacing grass with a parking lot is very concerning, especially knowing that I could, if you'd like, I could share communication dating back from the early 90s from neighbors about errant golf balls entering Country Club Lane. So I'm asking if there's been a landscaped architect that has, or golf expert that has assessed the ninth hole both along the fairway and along Westchester Pike and has said that this is safe. It sounds like there hasn't been.
Ninth hole really has nothing to do with this application. Ninth hole goes in the other direction. It's actually the 10th hole. Right? Ninth hole is untouched. 10th hole goes down the other way. There's untouched in this. Yeah.
Yeah, the hole is not, but
Could we just,
so if,
could we just get our bearings?
Steve, do you have a comment?
Just a question. Can I get our bearings right here? The ninth hole you're talking about is in the far right. The parking lot is new is in the top right, correct? Along Westchester Pike and Manoa.
is on the right side, it's to the right of the driveway. So
Got it. Okay, so but the parking lot is up above, right, where they're got the variance for the closer to Westchester Pike. That's what you were here for in October, right?
it's it's within 150 feet hole. Not a golf architect, but two publications, I think if you ask golf architects about, again, the distance between either the middle of the fairway or a hole, it should be between 150 and 200 feet minimum property owners.
Okay, but
That's the
I just wanted to separate. Country Club Lane is on the right of that ninth hole. This parking lot is closer to Westchester Pike, right? Okay, just two separate things.
You'd have to go across the 10th hole and the 18th hole, get to where the construction.
so if I,
It's not the construction, it's the new parking lot and the buffer.
so I think, so I want to, I thank you for your comments. I want to respect the comment here. The zoning hearing board did grant the variance. It seems like there's an appeal on that, so that's moving through its own. So for our purposes though tonight, the question was, has there been any sort of landscape architect? It seems the answer is no. So we can set aside all the other litigation matters. Since it's,
With all due respect, I mean, we actually have landscape professionals that work on the course every day, so don't have a report from a landscape architect. That hasn't been asked. Don't think that it really comes into play here. It certainly doesn't come into play on country. But we do have, landscape, professional landscapers that work on the course every single day.
But they don't design golf courses.
Jim, where on the plan did you get the relief for the buffer?
On the buffer?
Yeah.
Where's the buffer, Jim? Jim, show me the buffer.
Is it up at the corner?
it's next to it's next to the new parking lot, right?
Is
We
that
discussed that.
darker gray area at the corner?
TV. It is the darker gray parking area to the left of the entrance drive
Okay,
off of
and
Westchester
that's
Pike.
on the other side of the entrance drive?
Correct.
And it's behind, what are they, paddleball courts?
Tennis
Tennis courts, all right. And then where's the green that we're talking about? It's on below the driveway?
There's a green, the green for number 10 is all the way down.
Oh, whatever's up in this,
You can see the bunkers on 9 Green, right to the right of the.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your finger is pointing
No,
really
everything from the
unhelpful for me to
driveway
say.
down.
Can we get a pointer looking at something? Oh,
every,
it doesn't show up. We need a green.
Let's try to have one at a time.
3 white sand traps are right next to the green
Yes,
on the right edge of the plan.
okay.
so nothing in the buffer has changed from the driveway going towards Philly on Westchester Pike?
Correct, no work's proposed on that side of the driveway.
All right.
Okay.
So you're concerned about somebody hitting the ball over the green, over the tennis courts, over the parking lot into Westchester
No,
Pike?
not over the tennis, here. Hitting over, these trees are being cut down. The tallest trees along this buffer are trees, not the arborvitae, but the trees behind.
Well, looking on the plan, it's up by the tennis, up beyond the
It's right here.
tennis
Yeah.
courts.
So it's 150 feet from the.
No,
But the hole is the opposite direction.
So the,
And this,
that's, you said as a recommendation.
From the street line.
Well, that's ideal, okay?
So
All right.
you're saying that's a recommendation, so you're saying that's a recommendation though from golf professionals, but we don't have anything in our zoning code that dictates that, so that's not something that we can enforce, since it's not a zoning regulation.
correct, yeah, so I guess I'm asking the commission to provide a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners that a landscaped architect, a registered landscaped architect or golf expert evaluate this, and if there are any safety hazards within the 9th hole, whether it's along the fairway or behind the hole, that those are corrected. This is a long-standing issue from the 90s. I have a letter from Steve Friend, an old Pennsylvania state legislator. I have letters from neighbors about the issue of golf balls, because that buffer that surrounds the ninth hole is non-conforming, and there was never a variance approved for that. I think because the township considered it an existing non-conforming use when that wasn't accurate. So, like, the club has, to my knowledge, hasn't been before this planning commission, before this project for land development, yet they've built a pool house, I think in 2015, and they didn't get land development.
Yeah, and these are the issues that they're pursuing litigation
it's a
against the
safety
township on.
concern.
All right, we've got your concern. Do you have anything in writing that presents it?
I'm sorry,
So
I'm sorry.
I
Do you have any-
proposed some
Do you have
conditions.
anything written that you would like to present to us for our
Sure.
consideration?
Sure.
Just the commission should be aware that these are the issues that this speaker is pursuing active litigation against the township on. At
It's a
this time.
mandamus action to make the hole
Spending money
safer.
to defend this act.
Yeah, no, we understand that.
I don't know how much you-
Okay, well.
Are there any further comment from the board?
Nothing for me.
Thank you for your hanging in this late and pursuing it. It's important that people do try to stay involved regardless of the outcome.
Thanks. Do you want this, or should I take it?
I'd like to keep it if it's okay with you.
Yay, I'm last. Perfect. Brittany Stivel, and I'm on Country Club Lane, 609. So just coming up to also represent the Country Club Lane and one of the neighbors there. And obviously we've been used to some of the golf balls hitting the homes, and then also wanted to just, why we were getting a lot of this together, which we're super excited about. I think this will be great for the community. But as we were talking about a lot of the trees here and making sure we have a buffer, I think it's always great with the community, just make sure that we get some of the pending items off as well. Because we unfortunately don't have any pictures here. There have been pictures submitted in the past, but kind of like Burns was saying about keeping the leafy trees here and whatnot, that's super important. I think that's what's been lacking on the lane as well. So it's more of a pine tree there, where it should be more of a leafy tree like they have going on, and that probably shouldn't be removed like they're saying about the sidewalk. So while they're fixing that problem or keeping that to not have a problem, might be good to address what's already happening in the community, because it's just the whole point of the commission, just make sure the community is happy and we're not going to create more problems. So addressing that issue and making sure the buffer is on that line as well before we move further with bigger projects might be a good idea. And then as we're going for this area as well, and then areas to look at too as they go to the tree people and the landscape architects, making sure that the buffer is there, and that's also part of the code from the 1978 code, and making sure that that's all good and dandy. And then making sure that they're upgraded, and then that they're along the dead trees that are even along this area, and then mainly along that ninth hole are all solidified, so you're not having any more problems, and they don't even have to deal with us anymore, because I think it would be just a great upgrade before they upgrade a lot of the main things in the middle. Just make sure it's sound. So.
Well, thank you. And again, thank you for staying and your tenacity and staying up and making your comments. It's important.
Anytime. We support the country club too. I think it's fabulous, and we want to be good neighbors, and I think people just not have to deal with the dead trees falling on the houses and the garages and all the pine needles, and just the balls going straight through because there's really no leafy buffer to it is always great. And then most importantly, Westchester Pike, making sure that buffer is sound, that makes sense. So it's all kind of part in the same, all the tree buffers need to make sure that they're sound in this whole place. Yeah. Thank you.
And Jim, you said you do not have a date yet with the Shade Tree Commission?
Shade Tree Commission, not yet, I don't know. But we'd set that up, right after this.
We have another public comment from Elizabeth Hamilton, a neighbor at 617 Furlong Avenue in Havertown. She was not able to stay and asked if this could be read tonight. Elizabeth Hamilton writes, my request is for the preservation of 12 white pines visible from Westchester Pike behind the arborvitae hedge in front of the, my Welsh is not that good. The Lanark Country Club. If even a few of these trees could be spared, it would be an attractive vertical element and some sense of depth in the composition of the grounds as seen from the road. Those lofty pines are a delightful break from the beer distributors and McDonald's that line Route 3 as you drive east from the Manoa Shopping Center. The club's original landscaping assures neighbors and passers through that Havertown is still in the relaxing suburbs, in contrast to the billboards and shabbiness they will soon encounter in Upper Darby. Just look at a photo of the club taken from the Westchester Pike and imagine it without the pines towering above the hedge. Exclamation. Those pine trees give the club an historic graciousness that must be attractive to current members and prospective members alike. Replacement pine saplings will not significantly exceed the height of the hedge for about 50 years. Removal of the venerable pines would be a great loss for club and for the township. May want to share that with the tree commission.
We're going, our whole idea with this is to beautify the course. We want to get rid of dead trees. We don't want, dead trees don't attract members, you know. Dead trees don't keep members. We want to keep a nice golf course. Sometimes trees get old and outlive their life, and you got to replace them with new trees. We really and truly have no intentions of area, for lack of a better word. What we're trying to do is make it nicer.
May I also lastly add, just as much as people want to see the trees outside.
Do you want to come up to the mic and give us, if you want to comment, we need you to come up to the mic and give us your name and address, please, and relationship to the
My name
application.
is John Giangulio, Giangiulio. I am with Lanark Country Club at 950 Westchester Pike. I am the president of the club. Our intention, as we have worked with prior boards, is to maintain our external buffers for sure. Not only for people external looking in, but it's for our members looking out. It gives a sense of privacy as well, and beautifies the view from our side of the club. So they are very important for us to maintain.
John, a lot of the club is comprised of Haverford residents.
More than half the club is actually residents of Haverford Township. And we have made a very concerted effort in the recent years to add buffer around the entire property. And we will continue to do that. Now, there will be some tall trees that will have to come out for that parking space, but we're not looking to remove more than necessary in order to make that get created. And ultimately, we're going to end up more trees will end up being parked on our property. Yeah, because those trees will age out, and we need to keep replacing those. So that always it's not part of this particular plan, but that is part of the continued maintenance plan of our club. Just so you know.
It'd be great to be included.
Yeah, I think it would be great.
It's not part of this plan.
That's exactly our.
Yeah. Or at least be put first.
But I appreciate your time, and I know everyone's here. We're all volunteers, and you put a tremendous amount of time in, and I know exactly what that's like.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
That would be it for us tonight. Appreciate your time. I know the hour's very late.
Well, thank you for hanging in.
One of the things that we are trying to do
presentation.
is to keep the process moving. If the board felt comfortable in making a recommendation tonight, we would appreciate that because, you know, the best time to do work like this is in these off winter months and spring months. So we'd like to get moving with the project rather than having to do it during a summertime when there's more golf play and swimming and other things.
We are scheduled in a month.
Yeah, I do know that, but and I don't mean to argue with you. I understand if you need the time to do it.
We don't want to drag it out.
Yeah, the problem is that if we wait till your next month, then we miss the commissioners. Like if we get a decision tonight, we can go to the commissioners in December, hopefully. And then January becomes a little difficult too, because the commissioners in January, their meeting is mainly the
Reorganization?
Yes.
Are there any comments or motions? Are there any comments or motions from the commission?
I understand a lot of the comments in the review letter are somewhat administrative in nature, but there is a significant number of comments here. Chuck, Chuck, do you have a recommendation for us?
I think a number of stormwater management and general comments or typical comments that can be taken care of pretty easy. Some of the subdivision land development comments, and again, curb sidewalk, stuff like that is a question of whether you're asking for a variance or what you're doing there. And the zoning comments, I think, are more or less, from what I've heard, will comply and we'll address them. So to answer your question, Maggie, I don't see anything here that is insurmountable or that requires a major revision to the plan, but obviously defer to the board.
We didn't touch on, so you're requesting a waiver from the traffic impact study?
Yes. Traffic's not going to be any different than what it is now. Traffic will be exactly the same. We're not changing any types of the uses. Uses are all going to be the same number of members. So yes, we are asking for a waiver from that.
Okay.
And the sidewalk, I mean, I guess that it depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you read the ordinance, it says that whether there's sidewalks or not, I think this is what it says, is the decision that's made by the Board of Commissioners. So I don't know that that's really a waiver. If it is a waiver, we would ask to add that to our waiver.
We changed that.
We changed
amended.
the ordinance recently, did we not?
It was amended recently.
Was required.
Last year or so.
So we have to have a waiver?
Yes.
It is required, or you have to have the waiver.
Okay, then we would ask that we can amend to have a waiver for that.
Sidewalks and curbing.
Yeah, I would just have one comment about that, because part of your argument was the Manoa Field, the old Manoa Field that's owned by the township, not having a sidewalk there.
Right.
But I would argue that I could see them at some point putting one in, even if they waived like the grass strip between the curb and the sidewalk, because on weekends and after school, cars park the whole length of that, and then kids are constantly just getting out and they're walking on the grass. Most of them are headed to play in the field, like a sports game. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter
Yeah,
to
it's
them
a
if
little
they have
bit,
on the shoes or the.
And you might be right, okay, but I think what I would say back to you is first that there are a number of trees that are planted in tree boxes and very nicely manicured along that lane. There's also a different topography there than there is down by the club. Am I right, Jim? That the topography where the sidewalk would be at the club is more steep and would require a lot more, maybe even retaining walls. Am I right about that?
Yes, that's correct.
And the area by the school field is more flat.
Yeah, so this is by the school, and it is rather flat there.
Yeah, but you can see how there's like even some cars parked there now. And I just wanted to point out that I didn't think that that was a solid argument or something that would hold up with the Board of Commissioners to say that like it wouldn't be connected and that it's a sidewalk to nowhere, because I don't think that that would be true. I think with it leading to the elementary school and the radius for walkers is very great. And I'm assuming it's just as great for Manoa as where my kids go. But, so I really do think that it would be a useful sidewalk. So I'm not sure that the commissioners would go for the waiver. If that's
I appreciate
helpful.
your comment.
But, yeah.
And generally as well, we're, the argument of the sidewalk to nowhere, you know, we understand that there's topography limitations here, but if you don't start somewhere, then you're never gonna have connected sidewalks. And that is something that this board cares about. And I believe our commissioners do as well, so.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I mean, I'm fairly familiar with the Board of Commissioners and and with the township. But that was really not my main argument. I mean, the sidewalk to nowhere was kind of thrown in. If you think it's offensive, I won't do it to the Board of Commissioners. But it does not change the other parts of the argument, which, with respect to how steep it would be and what it would do in terms of, you know, needing retaining walls and just simply also the cost of putting sidewalks like that in is just, you know, phenomenal. You heard that to your.
Understood. Financial hardships, though, is not a true hardship. So.
Right, but yes, I understand that. But we don't really have to prove, well, I guess we have to prove for a waiver, but.
You would, yes, you would still need to demonstrate that. So, I mean, ultimately, what we would need to see is that if you don't want to do the sidewalks and curbing, the plans would need to be amended to include that as part of your waiver request letters, show that on the plan set, and then request for that specifically. So we don't have that yet in hand to be able to respond to.
Could that be made a condition of a decision?
Are there any other than the sidewalks and the curbs? Sorry, can I see the letter again? Did we identify all the other waivers? So you said that's already an identified waiver. But things like, because we don't have a response letter to this either. So horizontal site distance, it's just hard for us to respond to it because we don't have something in writing to say what's a will comply versus what's going to be an updated waiver.
I believe the only ones that would not be a will comply would be the sidewalk and the curbs. They're number 11 and 12 or something, is that right?
9 and 10, very close.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Getting late.
You're telling me. I haven't eaten in like 12 hours. All right, well, I
think you're right.
Does anyone want to make a recommendation or do we want to see a revised plan?
I'd favor the revised plan.
Yeah.
The reasons you gave.
Thoughts? Revised plan? Okay, I think we'd like to see a revised plan with all of
The
the,
revised plan.
Angela?
What we're struggling with, Jim, is the fact that we were given marching orders not to approve plans that have all these conditions outstanding, okay, all these comments outstanding. I understand the urgency you guys need to get this thing started and that there will comply comments, but, you know, they start to look at us funny when we send up a plan that has 29 outstanding issues.
No, I understand that, and I'm not trying to put you in a bad spot. I'm just, since, you know, we had talked to the township prior to the meeting, and we talked to the township all along the route here, and, you know, we would have the complete set of revised plans for the commissioners, and with a courtesy copy to you all. Just trying to get the pool and the course and the things going during the off-season.
Understood. I don't think we're going to make a recommendation tonight, so.
If we were to give you a preliminary approval, would that help you at all? Oh, yeah. You go to shade tree regardless.
The hard part would be with the shade tree. That's the only hard part, you know?
Well, you can't go to shade tree with a
Well,
preliminary
I could,
approval?
but I guess if you say to me, you need all the sidewalks, and I lose a lot of those trees there, that may have an effect on it.
Well, regardless of what we say about the sidewalk, I mean, if we say we deny the request, you can still make your argument to the township commissioners. I mean.
Wouldn't the tree commission be potentially helpful with that?
And you can, I mean, it'll give you some time to come up with, you know, maybe some more facts and information about the destruction that would occur if you had put that sidewalk in. I mean, that would completely destroy the look along that like the road, so.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
You may run into the same situation that the quadrangle had too, coming before the board, where they're gonna say, hey, we agree you don't have to put sidewalks everywhere, but maybe you want sidewalks here or there just for the purposes that were discussed. So, no matter what happens tonight, you may want to follow up, with Jerry or some people there that are really going after sidewalks, just to see if they have any particular ideas where they really think a sidewalk would be helpful.
Right, okay.
The shade tree may support the waiver request, you don't know.
Okay, it makes sense.
Then it would be more of a partial waiver than anything at that
I don't mean to quarrel with you at 12 o'clock at night, I'm sorry.
Just getting my second win.
Well, yeah. It's just a natural.
Speak for
instinct.
yourself.
So, thank you again for seeing us at this hour.
Thank you.
Thank you all for staying and giving us your comments. Out here, minutes. Do we have any minutes to approve? No minutes. On the new business side, I want to thank Lou for running in the Dewey Decimal 5K. Yes, being our representative there and helping raise money for our library, which is great. And keep an eye out. I'll also announce that we should all keep an eye out for library events coming up in the holiday season, which are a chance to buy stuff, mugs and coffee, and give money. Especially with and for the construction that being on the ground floor. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you all.